Hello everyone. So I was gonna start with the sound on and the game sound died for some reason. Like I opened the game and the sound died. So this work now. There we go. Don't ask why that happened. Like the sound was working before I started the stream and then out of nowhere. 52, this is the one. This game is so stupid, it doesn't even let me do the thing that I usually do. Anyway, how's everyone? I'm only mildly excited to deal with the stupidity of a group of people who are, so stupid. But you know, let's go back to this, let's just deal with it like a normal people, which is complaining the entire time. Alright, I need to ask you about the outsourcing too. We can contract some of these out to other agencies. Well, obviously. We could sue them for this and they would have to give their mouth shut.
그럴까?
What we revealed to them couldn't satisfy their curiosity, I guess. Maybe they thought there was more to our story. If they asked us directly, we could have just lied to make ourselves look good. That was sharp considering how they barely talked about your past. Ina raised her eyebrows.
그래.
Probably because I live a perfect life.
아니야?
Do you think I made a deal with the production crew? They just thought my past was boring. No, I'm pretty sure that you're literally in like... what would they call it? Protection service, like not protection, like your, you know, witness protection kind of shit. Like, that's the most likely situation for you, and that's the case.
맞아.
If it was excited, they would have broadcasted it even if you tried to stop them.
그러니까.
Exactly.
하여튼
Anyway, hiring other agencies was excessive. It was stated in the contract, but not to this extent. Okay, now you. Well, if you don't have enough manpower, you have to hire others to do the job.
그럴지도.
It seems they had been gathering info randomly to the best of their abilities.
그렇지.
Well, they could read the minds of the contestant. What they needed was a cross-check. You sound so cool about it.
맞지?
You didn't know? I'm at another level in terms of coolness. They spend money, which is good for the economy.
그건.
It's money that was traded for your personal information.
그래서 뭐?
So what? Should I kneel down and wait for punishment? They probably went to see some school friends and call it a day. Looks like the background check wasn't all that hardcore. Hasyan brushed his hair back with his hand. They deserved it. They should have done their job.
괜찮아?
Are you really okay with that?
나 참.
What if I'm not? Should I rip up the contract and lie down on the floor? Maybe, if it makes you feel better. Whatever they investigated, the things they broadcasted were anything serious to the best of my knowledge. It was for mutual benefit and nobody crossed the line. You're so defensive of that woman just because you were sleeping with her. There's so much stuff.
아무래도.
It's got nothing to do with the situation we're in right now. Are you
그래도-
sure? Yeah, but it also means that Seong Young was directly involved in the beef too, right? Hyuk slowly nodded.
그렇다면.
Anyone can post comments, but to send a threatening note like that is no easy task. I received a letter, and if they sent it to Seong Young directly,
그러면.
I don't think an email is screened. They would have screened them out if there was any. Strange, considering how nosy they can be on other matters.
그래도.
From another perspective, it could be typical of Beastars, neglecting an issue that requires attention and intervening in a matter that needs to be left alone.
그럴지도.
You have a point. Song Hyun was both popular and notorious even before she took charge of Beastars. They were just ignorant. Blackmail could have been a common thing for her. That's not good.
그건.
I don't think it's a groundless rumor. They knew more than what was revealed through interviews.
그래.
And I don't think they're a psychic. I guess the others were surprised too.
그랬어.
I can't remember if I mentioned it or if maybe they heard it from somewhere else.
그러니까
It made me reflect on what I've said in the past. I had a feeling that there was some kind of Maginot line. I felt rain when they shared the interview with our friends and families. Hyuk gently stroked his eye knot. I didn't know I had so many friends. I had been a homebody for quite a while. They even dug into the subtle nuance of every detail.
그럴 거야.
You remember that vague clause in the contract? I'm pretty sure it's all related to that. They tried to dig as deep as they could to make us as popular as possible, on the condition that we keep quiet about it. Everybody in this company is kind of a dick. Like, everybody's stupid, but also everybody in the production company is like an asshole.
어떻게?
They can say whatever they want, but that was too harsh.
틀렸어.
I know every single word counts, but that's just the imagination running wild.
아니었어.
Young's symptoms never seemed timed or faked. It wasn't like that. We were all there when she suffered for the first time.
그랬지.
These stars basically forced it to happen. They pushed her right to the edge. People just watching the show probably thought the timing was too convenient.
그래.
The timing was right though, it was added by editing.
맞아.
That's why they created the narrative. They switched the timing and it made her look like she was pretending. That's when people started to call her a liar.
그랬나?
I heard she complained. She talked to Seo Young directly. And I'm sure Seo Young didn't respond. Hyuk gulped. His quivering eyes dropped. Young must have felt insulted. I mean, I would have felt insulted as well, but that's just common sense.
대체
Who do you think Seong Young is? They've thrown weight everywhere.
그러니까
Regardless if they're true or not, all of their comments affect us since we're in this situation.
그럴까?
Do you think Yu Young will be alright? She's doing better than I thought. Don't can remain aloof at a time like this.
솔직히
She had left the group, so there's nothing strange about her working part-time. But why are they talking about coffee and panic attacks at this point?
그랬었지.
She was quiet during the preliminaries.
그랬지.
Yeah, I know. Is it because people didn't recognize her when she worked at a cafe? I'm sure somebody would have recognized her if that was right after Beloved got disbanded.
그럴까?
Maybe they were waiting for the right timing. They're acting like they know about us. I can't tell if they're telling the truth or bluffing. Bluffing? Yeah, to show off their knowledge, when in fact they just guess or heard it from someone else.
그럴지도.
That might be true.
그런데
Yoon, have you seen Yoon drink coffee since you joined the show? Not really. Nor did I. Oh, it's almost like if you have panic attacks, you don't drink coffee unless you're safe, even if you like it. Sorry, I had to sneeze. To drink. The problem of having your mic so close. You're hydrating. It's very loud. But like, everything about this is just so dumb.
어떻게
What did I know about?
대체
This Sengyun doesn't even know what they're talking about. The scholarship is for the students without any financial means. Why would you?
도인아
Doyun is true. Okay. Doyun raised his head and said at Hyuk. Hyuk nodded weakly. I received a scholarship when I was in school. I'm sure another student had to suffer because of me.
Huh?
But why?
아니야.
It wasn't about the financial issue as they say on Pattern.
그러면
Do you get good grades? Then it's not unfair, right?
그건
It was the referral system. I think there were other students that were more talented and desperate. No, I know so. I deserve to be criticized for accepting the unfair advantage. Do you didn't know what to say? Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, are you sure that you're not lying to me just to make it less awkward? Hyuk lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. I wonder if I'm putting the benefactor on the spot. I wonder who they knew about this. Just how much do they know?
뭐랄까
Clearly some were treated differently. Other people have their own narratives based on what happened in the past. For Ina, it was only the present. I don't she
There's
lived a
another-
normal life though. She's more sensitive than she looks. It's like a plot twist.
그런 거면
Maybe that's the reason. That's the reason she's having her narrative based on her present.
그럴지도.
That makes sense. I hope everyone looks at it that way. It seems there are various opinions on Farah though.
어쨌든
At a time like this, she could be shaken by any comments. I just hope Ina's okay regardless of what other people say. The two of them look at Ina. The problem is that she doesn't look fine to me. I just want her to think that this too shall pass.
그건
I was a bit surprised because he looked so defeated. Not just the practice, but also the way he talked. He looked frail.
그랬지.
As if he were possessed by something. It was right after the violence incident, so maybe that was the reason.
그땐
The staff also summoned him several times, right?
그랬지.
Some people speculated that he might have been kicked out
결국
and came back to the practice without further comments. I thought it was just a rumor. That was before additional evidence came out. Hyuk fell silent as if recalling the incident.
그게
How would I describe it? Hyeon was like... I thought he was going to give up and get eliminated. Is there anything that actually gives you like... Not that it's showing, okay.
그건
Not just as getting favored or neglected, we hear it all the time.
저기
Weren't you one of those being neglected by the show?
글쎄
I was, but I don't know much about that.
솔직히
To be honest, I didn't get to watch the show on TV.
나는
Same here, but
나도야.
it's embarrassing.
그래.
Yeah, for me too. Even if I say something stupid or make mistakes, the editing team takes care of that. Yeah, they have a way of making something out of nothing.
그랬지.
For me, it was magic.
맞아.
They can make you look bad though.
어?
Like you.
그래도
But it can't be that bad, right? You made it this far, after all. I don't know since I haven't watched the footage, but
나도
I haven't watched it either. We're so lazy about monitoring. I guess we are now that I think about it. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Monitor yourself eternally because the production company is gonna look bad anyway?
어떻게
They appear out of nowhere and start just stirring things up. You can tell they're trying to create commotion just by looking at the username.
대체
Did they have to come out at a time like this?
어쩌면
That's the wrong question. It came out now precisely because this is a time like this. If they're not worried about getting embarrassed or criticized, this is like the best timing. Why would they get embarrassed? Nobody can figure out who they are in the first place.
그렇지.
Right, they have nothing to lose. We should deal with them proactively. Yeah, like, come on. At some point you have to, like, maybe not now, obviously, but like later you have to do something about it. You can't just sit and run and watch while they are blabbering nonsense. Oh, come on.
그치만
I'm angry too, but I can't agree with that. If they take action, we're falling for their trick. People will think we're pathetic for arguing on fire while being stuck down here. Gideon weakly dropped his arm. I wasn't thinking that far. If the show is in such chaos, then Father itself should be doing something.
어쩌면
Maybe it's inevitable that people like Sun Young are acting up in chaos like this.
아무래도
Since the response from the show is naive and hesitant, the mass media get overheated and people get excited. We get contestants like Hyeseong and Min to around, and we also get anonymous accounts seeking attention.
그럴까?
They're saying we're in a situation where troublemakers can be avoided. We'll just have to wait for the situation to sort itself out so that troublemakers will disappear.
혹시
What do you think on Father?
나는
He just recorded what had been controversial.
맞아.
Yes, regardless of the truth surrounding his young incident, around now, even a tiny bit of blame would hurt him deep. There were all kind of issues and it was inevitable. Hyuk nodded after giving a sigh. And as Yang appeared. It's getting more attention because of our current situation. But in here, we're all helpless.
그게
You remember when it first broke out?
응?
Disclosed by Hyeseong?
그리고
Besides the fans, some other people sided with Hyeseong. Even then, a school friend posted a comment. Everyone disappeared after the evidence came out. Hyuk gently rubbed his chin. It was pretense that I reached a conclusion that was favorable for one side.
저기
The post was also validated by the author, his high school friend.
그치만
I know it happened during his middle school years, but
그랬지.
well, okay, it was a long time ago. I don't think he's that kind of person, but you can't tell a person by their looks, though.
그런 거면
I guess people out there might be curious, but
아닌 것 같아.
I don't think it's the right time to make a public announcement.
그러니까
We're still stuck in here. It's pandemonium. I can see that the production crew is snoozing and bumbling.
그건
It's because there's no control tower now.
그랬었는데.
Young always knew what to tell the media,
무리야.
but it's impossible now and forever. To quietly look down at the watch. What do you think will happen when people find out about Seongyang?
그렇다면
Maybe they should stop responding until things are sorted out. The way things are going, the show will probably continue. I mean... People love reality TV. If they can keep watching it, they will continue watching it and they will continue making it. Probably. We'll have to wait and see. Star list? You're still checking the staff list.
잠깐만.
Okay, for sure, and do you think there are other people? I haven't seen any. I hope everyone else got out.
맞아.
Me too. Nothing good will come out from staying here together. I'm sure the rescue team and police are trying their best to check the list.
그래서
Is that why it's so hard to contact them? You stared at Duyun for a second and nodded.
어쨌든
It's also important that other people are evacuated safely. It's as important as us getting out of here in one piece.
그렇지?
I just want to know if other staff members are safe too.
그럴 거야.
I guess. Although it's too late for Seongyang.
그래도
I think they're almost done checking the audience.
그래.
I know it could have been a disaster, but they are still checking the staff.
그건
I think it's more complicated. It doesn't seem logical though. As for the show, the staff is supposed to be the family, right? Are you saying they should take care of the family first? Okay, you're very weird about... Well, some families are worse than others. That's what families do. See, here's the thing. I have a feeling that this guy is fucked up about his family history and that's why he doesn't want to talk about it and he wasn't going by his actual, like, you know, background. But I don't know how much does he want to be, like... How do I put it? I don't know how much he would want to be, like, cuddling the idea that is what families are supposed to do, and like you just had a terrible family, it's not your fault, or oh yeah, some families are shit. Like, you know, there's a difference in vibe there. I guess
아닌 것 같아.
there are families worse than strangers. Okay,
맞아.
I was correct on my assumption there. That's true.
솔직히
It's probably a good thing now, but nobody came here. I'm no different, but you're in a different situation. Because I was a disgrace to my father's family. He shook his head weakly. You heard the interview, right? He said he was ashamed to have two jokers in the family and just hung up.
그래.
It was too much. Was that really necessary?
아니야.
He wasn't pretending to be mean, that's just what he thought. No one from his family came to the venue to see his performance. When the staff visited his uncle, he complained that his family had produced two jokers. I didn't mean to talk about family. Ryun felt awkward after hearing Hyuk's downcast voice.
알잖아.
Eating together makes you family, I guess. Alma's Korean members thought we were family.
그럴지도.
I know one thing, that they were inattentive towards people they work with.
아무래도
The number of audience gets checked accurately as they enter the building.
그렇지.
But the staff includes part-timers and contract workers. Treat them like disposable too. Now that I'm in this mess, I can see it more clearly. Wish they would hurry up and confirm the staff list too.
알고 있었어.
I knew there were people other than the staff.
그래?
You did? How?
그게
I got a call from my uncle's house after a long time of not speaking with them. I guess someone had been snooping around his house and he got mad at me for it. I asked the production crew, but they denied it.
결국
Later on, I found out this story was mentioned during the show.
그래서
That's how you sensed it.
몰랐어.
But I didn't know other agencies were involved. I guess they've got all possible information. That's why they were so confident about the contents related to the contestants. Hyuk frowned and smiled at the same time.
하여튼
How can you do that? Like, I guess it's an angry smile, but that's a weird way to describe it. Anyhow, my uncle was furious that day.
어?
Is it because you had been exemplary in the past? No, not really. He just had no interest in me.
만약에
If there really was blackmail, I think it means that there was a deep-seated grudge.
글쎄요.
Even when I was in Masquerade, I never received a threatening note like that.
어?
You didn't have any fans who were maybe a little too fanatic.
아무래도
I don't think I'm that attractive.
그건
Good point.
그렇지만
Young's gaze turned to where Duyun was standing.
그치만
But the blackmail is not an important issue right now. It's not like the stage was destroyed by the blackmailer, plus it's got nothing to do with what happened to Seungyeong.
맞아요.
Trying to find a connection between them seems far-fetched at the moment.
그래
Yeah, we can barely manage the current situation. Also, sweetie, you would be more attractive if you actually allow your hair to stay long and you were a femboy. We need to focus on writing out the crisis at hand.
그래
I knew they were going to do it. But I didn't know they would go this far.
아니야
It doesn't mean I was okay with it.
내 생각엔
They should at least tell us what they're going to talk about. It's frustrating to find out about it later after being left out of the loop.
그랬었는데.
I prepared myself for it when I signed the contract, but
아무래도
you didn't know they would go this far, right? Yoon couldn't have but to nod his head.
나도야
In that aspect, things aren't different for us. Whether we knew about it or not, we were both caught off guard.
그런가요?
Do you think they didn't inform us properly because they thought we wouldn't agree to it?
글쎄
Well, that could be the case.
역시
Or maybe they wanted to avoid losing any time. Losing time. You think that it's a waste to give an explanation about it? This kind of thing happens all the time when they're in a hurry.
맞아
I've been hearing it all the time ever since that day.
그런가요?
You mean the day we aired on Beastars?
그게
Even before that. I sent my medical records to the agency after leaving Beloved.
결국
I got a similar response. Don't lie. Yoon quietly shook her head.
그치만
My body can't lie when it was officially confirmed by the doctor. It's not like I'm having panic attacks 24/7. No, that would kill you. Do you know that? The occasional compulsive disorder of hyperventilation, the anticipatory anxiety caused by the anxiety disorder. Other than that, Yu Young was pretty stable. Illness usually calm, but sometimes you become compulsive and hyperventilates. This can be symptoms of anxiety, including panic attacks. Sometimes I had to wonder if I was telling a lie because everyone else said I was lying.
그때
It was difficult in the beginning. I hid myself because I was having a difficult time, then people said I ran away because I got caught lying.
그러면
What about after joining the show? It wasn't much different, right?
그건
People can say what they want, but they are not me. I can't blame them for not understanding me or for not being able to read my mind.
분명해
Nothing would have changed even if I openly argued my innocence back then, or even now.
그렇다는 건
Do you think you're up, or do you just give up?
글쎄
I think I gave up while growing up. Evaluating my own decisions is still hard. I mean, rule of engagement is sometimes there are people you will not be able to talk to. There are people you can just not reason with. There are people who just won't listen. So, growing up is also learning that sometimes you just can't deal with some people. Some people would just not accept whatever the fuck you say, even if you're right. They found the right time to post a groundless rumor.
결국
I think they're trying to talk about your...
알아.
I know. Yu dropped her head and paused for a moment.
그래.
I did work as a barista. I didn't think it was necessary to mention it during the interview, and I just let it slide because the show didn't talk about it either. Coffee? Yeah, I like drinking coffee. I always recover the past. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with the stupid like coffee provokes panic attacks things because that's not how it works. A stimulant will always make panic attacks works because you're having a panic attack. You have a stimulus intake that goes over the normal threshold. That's what gives the anxiety. And then you add more stimulant to it by drinking coffee. But if you're not drinking coffee, it's not gonna happen. And if you drink coffee when you're not having an anxiety, like when you're having a panic attack or anything, or you're having a spike of anxiety, you're gonna be fine. So this is just stupid. In the show, we talk about this. I mean, exposing a lot of the other matters from the past.
글쎄.
Well, unless young knows the answer.
근데
I'm surprised you didn't ask.
어?
About what?
그게
I thought you'd ask me about how coffee and panic attacks don't go together.
그건
It's, people tend to ask me first because many people know about it.
난
I've been enjoying coffee since before I started having the panic attacks. I hadn't worked for a long time after leaving Beloved, so I decided to work at a cafe when the job was offered to me. Tyrion wanted to point out that it was different from the relationship between coffee and panic attacks, but he decided to change the subject. In work as a barista while taking time off and revealed that she is a coffee lover. Her haters claimed that she was a phony, trying to get more votes because coffee aggravates panic attacks. Yeah, guess what? Aggravating means it gets worse when you already have it. It's like, oh, if you eat this, it will aggravate your stomach pain. You have to be suffering from a stomach pain for it to aggravate the stomach pain. Why are you all so dumb?
혹시
You say you have been a long time, but still no one recognized you.
어.
Sometimes people ask me if I was Union from Beloved, and I said no. I told them they were mistaken. You saying you pretend to be someone else?
그래.
I even asked the manager to give me a different name tag. No matter how much time went by, people continued to criticize me, so I wanted to deny myself.
근데
But I guess I couldn't fool everyone. Since it was surfacing like this. Well, Union work as a barista so long time after she left. Love it, she even wore a name card with a pseudonym to hide her identity. I mean, that's perfectly reasonable.
역시
You saw how the guys got attacked, there's a similar logic. Planting a seed of suspicion in the ground of truth that's either been revealed or speculated on. Truth and suspicion.
그런가요?
The National University Hugh graduated from doesn't it offer all kinds of scholarships? Maybe they just wrote whatever they could think of.
내 생각엔
It's pretty clear compared to other rumors. Or he could just deny. Decision whether to answer or not. Demanding an answer is also coercion. And he says, I mean,
그건
it's up to him to decide whether to give an answer. You wouldn't even feel the need to explain yourself if you're so innocent.
그래.
Right, he should do that when he feels like it.
난
Without even knowing it, I spoke like a Beastar staffer. You can just say no, whether it's true or not. To speak about myself, my own will must. Yu mumbled to herself while staring in one direction.
왜일까?
What do you think Hyuko is thinking now? If people start to believe it, it will be accepted as corruption or dirty play.
아마도
Considering his personality, he'd probably let them blabber on.
분명해.
And Senja is obviously waiting for a very specific response. They were hostile to Hyuk for depriving someone else of a scholarship when he himself wasn't experiencing financial hardship. This was Hyuk for a scholarship. He faced ever criticism that he stole the scholarship from a poor student when he's already rich.
네.
The intended response can already be felt.
그치만
But there must be a strict policy concerning the college affairs. I don't believe it.
맞아요.
Hyuk is not that kind of character.
누나
I'm surprised he used the word character. I guess it sure got to me. Right, we agreed on the rules of the show after all. It's absolutely foolproof if he could receive the scholarship but excuse of financial hardship. Unless, and let me just post this out, unless he actually suffer financial hardship, which, just saying, you can come from a rich family and still suffer financial hardship by the simple fact that maybe you're, you know, the black sheep of the family and they treat you like shit. And you don't get any, like, you know, any of the benefit of rich, of being rich. Like, that's the main thing. There's always a possibility of not getting the benefits and just being like low or middle class, while you have family members who are extremely fucking wealthy because they're just assholes like that.
대체
I can't believe they are attacking her with that.
그래요.
It's true they didn't mess with Ina's past, but
근데
it was different from getting favor covered by the show.
그래도
He didn't hesitate to exaggerate things or criticize her. But it must have been a different issue though. Ina was standing on the other side. Young turned back after staring at her for a while.
확실히
As for the rest, there's something that catches your attention. Your masquerade,
난
and beloved. The group got disbanded and the company went bankrupt. I know it must have been hard for you, but it's your fault. Isn't that a cliche? When the disbanded she left the group, the agency, which had been in financial trouble, was also forced to close. Maybe people acknowledged that she had suffered, but it still felt her actions unwarranted. Hyugan has been Lee's fame behind him. Haseon has an issue concerning his school days, which is a minus for him.
아마
But as for Ina, they had nothing to talk about.
맞아요.
He never told me about her past. It's ridiculous to doubt her for something that wasn't even mentioned in the show. Maybe that was the intention, to make people believe that there's something. That's Seungyoung's intention.
그때
Haseon was reckless back then. He often forgot his turn and made provocative remarks. And he was often more out of control than a panic attack patient like me.
그게
Was that a joke?
아니야.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, I thought you were making a sarcastic joke. It works either way. Young looked at Haseon from a distance.
그치만
But he came back with renewed passion. The problem is that his recklessness is also coming back.
아무래도
There are always two sides to a coin, you know? People don't really change much.
그렇지.
It's true the show covered for him in the beginning, but things were clearly different until the finals began.
글쎄요.
I don't think it shifted the position just because he was the subject of controversy.
네.
It was the assault scandal. It was too serious for the show to cover up. It had been a free pass for him until that happened. Free pass.
누나.
You said you didn't monitor the show. Right, I saw them so.
확실히
If you watch it, you'll know it's pretty obvious. They showed footage of Haseon, but much of it was not even aired. Yoon ran her hand through her long hair. Not everybody can get satisfied with the amount of the screen time and the edits, but
아니야.
the point is that even the viewers felt Haseon was favored by the show.
맞아요.
He lost when he boasts of after the exposure of his past. Who would have imagined Haseon would end up in last place like this?
분명히
They're openly provoking us. They want us to read their posts.
그래.
By now, everyone knows that we can use flattery here. It's like we're being swayed by outside public opinion. Yoon put a hand on her forehead and frowned.
안 되겠어.
Forget what they say out there, especially the comments posted by S and Young.
그건
Everyone knows that. Everyone, huh?
난
To be honest, it's been bugging me a lot. They've been attacking us with the stories in the confusion of the accident.
그래서
That's why they're so controversial and disadvantageous for us.
결국
You tell someone not to falter only when that someone is on the verge of collapsing, right?
그래도
I think you will be okay as long as we're aware of it.
그렇지.
Of course we have to be okay. Let them play that game because we won't fall for it.
그건
Let bygones be bygones. Even if I tried again.
그렇다는 건
You think he's trying to take advantage of the atmosphere created by SM Young?
그러고 보니
Maybe. Looks like they would have believed just about anything. Egan ran her hand through her long hair. Violence, extortion.
아니요.
Is different from the Hesiod that I know.
글쎄,
That's a victim in this incident. There's a victim in this incident. It's too early to suspect anyone. You only get to see part of it. I'm not sure if I have the right to say this, but
근데
it was testified by a school friend, but the incident didn't take place during high school.
맞아요.
That guy is basically saying he's not the type of person.
그렇지.
It was always controversial. Things happened in choir now that people found out he really got expelled from school and had a criminal record.
그건
They had clear evidence, the documents. Young nodded with a grim expression on her face. Yeah, it's very hard to refute document evidence.
문제는 그거야.
I'm sure people out there are as flustered as we are. You think? They're confused with what to do and what to do first and what to address later.
그러니까
I know. Why even talk about continuing the show when we are buried down here?
대체
The official response should get the priorities straight. The two sighed while staring at each other.
아마도
I don't think the account manager is aware of the situation right now.
그러면
Then he could have waited.
결국
The bus is already up, and there's a subtle atmosphere.
맞아.
Plus, a weird account popped out of nowhere and didn't fuel to fire. I hope the management sorted out the situation somehow. At this point, people have no other choice but to rely on the official account for new info.
아직이야.
They're still checking the staff lifts, right?
아무래도
I don't think they know all their. Can't read. I don't think they know who all was there. Even for us, we always had to meet different faces.
그렇지.
People were coming and going all the time.
그게
There was an incident where one of the audience entered the backstage by pretending to be one of the staff members.
그거야.
I'm sure there was a similar incident when shooting this episode, although they didn't make an issue out of it. Ian shook her head and her long hair ruffled.
아무래도
Some things just won't change.
맞아요.
Similar things happen even when I perform in a small theater. The owner was the same, but they always had new workers.
아무래도
If someone said hi, I just assumed they were one of the staff members and went up on the stage.
그래.
It's convenient for management to disband the staff. That way, they can cut down on fixed expenses. Although now that the accident has happened, it's become an issue. I'm sure when it was first created, they didn't think about any accidents happening.
아마
Do you think they handed over the entire list? I hope no one's been seriously injured.
아마도
Looks like most of them evacuated safely.
난
I was going to invite beloved members at a certain point in the finals,
그런가요?
but not this time.
아무래도
Nobody talked about it, so I've been holding it off. But this time, I've thought about it for a long time.
그래요.
It's good you didn't invite them, considering what just happened. Keegan quietly nodded.
만약에
If it had invited them and put them in danger, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. It would have been like putting them in a difficult position once again. It was a nightmare for us, and once is enough.
괜찮아요?
You okay, Young? Yeah, I'm fine. It didn't happen, so I don't need to think about it too deeply.
그러고 보니
There was a reason why the info was so detailed.
그치만
You can look up some on the internet, but it's not easy to find stories that happened years ago. The scope of friends and families contacted by the show, it couldn't have been handled by the staff. If this gets exposed, it could pose a serious issue.
들어봐.
The show signed a contract with the firm, so there must have been lots of conditions. I don't know how big those companies are, but they wouldn't be able to fight a giant broadcasting company,
아마
which means they would never expose it first. It's a strange world.
아니야.
The production staff must be familiar with it. Seong-yeon was known for conducting background checks on the cast even before joining B-Stars.
분명해.
She was notorious for doing that little by little. She would expose one thing and move on to the next if there's a challenge. It's like she was playing chess. She was elaborate.
확실히
She never gave up until the counterpart surrendered.
모르겠어.
I still don't know how far she went with the background check.
네.
Because she said. Yoon smiled bitterly. Yeah, I'll never get to know now. Well then, let's save just in case, since he gave me shit about save files. And we can move on. God damn it! At least my sanity improved a little. Okay. Ina, raise a hand.
생각 좀 해봤는데
Yeah.
저 S승연이란 놈 있잖아. 역시 안이랑 관련 있는 것 같아.
Yeah? Yeah, to be fair, we all assume as much, honey. Like, I'm sorry, but that's what makes the most sense.
안이라뇨?
Yeah. Ina pointed her finger at the floor.
여기.
무슨 귀신 씨나라 까먹는 소리야?
조금만 자세히 얘기해봐.
그러니까 예를 들면 서혜성이란 거지.
와, 들켰네? 라고 할 줄 알았냐?
Damn.
나도 지금 저 새끼 뭐 하는 놈인지 난감하거든?
이나 씨 깜짝 놀랐잖아요. 진짠 줄 알고.
Well, we know you're the stalker, please.
넌 오인 아닌 편 좀 적당히 들어!
No, he's our stalker. Of course he's not gonna stop kissing up to her.
내 말은 쇼 관련자 같다는 소리야.
이나야, 지금 우리한테 중요한 건 S승연이 아니야.
큐, 말 되게 쉽게 한다. 그럴만도 한가? 알부자가 공돈 타먹는 거 대단한 흠도 아니지.
Looking bewildered, you looked at Duyun.
침묵의 한도연 씨는 어찌 생각하시나?
As Seung-young, an anonymous account impersonating producer Seung-young Shin. The commotion the account has been created is making everyone wary of one another. If this was the intent of Seung-young, it seems like their efforts have been successful. Duyun thought about what Seung-young had been posting.
S승연이 쓴 얘기들 대충 찍어서 떠들었다기엔 걸리는 점이 있었어. 그건
Which of the anonymous allegations was not previously known information? Well, definitely the barista thing. And arguably the scholarship. I'm assuming most people don't know that he got a scholarship in the first place. Like the violent past thing, maybe. But it's not about the privilege, it's just...
규혁이 형 장학금 얘기야. 형 학교 다닐 때가 방송에 자세히 나온 적은 없었어.
우리도 필터로 처음 봤으니까.
진짜 뭔가 받아 챙긴 건 맞아?
자세히 말하긴 그렇지만 장학금은 받았어.
S승연이 그걸 어떻게 알아?
대학 관계자라거나.
다른 출연자들 얘기도 했잖아.
맞아요. 대학 관계자는 가능성이 낮아요. 영희 누나가 쉬는 동안 바리스타를 했단 거 나온 적 없는 얘기로 알고 있어.
그래, 맞아.
Would any of the pieces of information work and I'm just like choosing who I fuck up emotionally while doing this?
알아보는 게 싫어서 가면까지 썼는데. 베스타에서 보여준 적도 없던 얘기고.
공황인데 얼굴 맞대는 일 커피까지 즐기셨다는 사실도 나왔지.
하수영, shut the fuck up.
서혜성, 너무 멀리 가지 마라.
쉬는 동안 무슨 일을 했는지 마음대로 찍을 수는 있어. 그치만 정확히 바리스타를 짚는 건 아무래도 이상해. S승려는 어디서도 안 나왔던 얘기를 꺼냈어. 규혁이 형 장학금 얘기, 그리고 영희 누나 바리스타 알바.
겉봐, 역시 이상하지?
지금 알 수 있는 건 하나뿐이야. 적어도 S승연이 하는 얘기 전부가 멋대로 지어낸 말은 아니란 거.
Yes, inside. Where Sung Young suppose he hid scholarship and used his part-time job hadn't been known, we know. They look irritated.
또 스텝솔로 가나요?
Look, I'm not trying to be a dick, sweetie, but who else would have like that information available? Let's all be honest with each other. Who else would have that information available in any way whatsoever except with the staff who went out of their way to get some companies to go and run background checks on your talent for your stupid American Idol show, and then obviously you cover the information that they got. Like, I'm sorry, but it's very clear that the only person that could have done this is either a staff member or an ex-staff member. And you're the most likely person here. Also, you're definitely in a stalker.
스텝이 다 구출이 됐니 말았니 하는 때예요. 지금 저런 짓거리 할 만큼 한가한 사람 없어요.
It could be an ex-staff, you know, someone who got kicked out.
어이구야, 우리 장 FD가 또 스텝이라고 편을 드시네. 친구라도 좀 만들어 놓고 편을 들면 내가 슬프진 않을 텐데. 어쩌냐? 형아 눈물 날라 그런다.
You're all terrible.
이제 막 구조돼서 구급차에 실려가는 판국이야. 페이터로 저러고 있겠냐? 생각을 일이라도 하고 살아.
아니면 탈락자일 가능성은?
That seems unlikely.
베스타 탈락자 말이야?
Yes, but that is, like, again, unlikely. You would need someone who actually checked the background checks that were done by the company. That is definitely one, like, that has to be a staff member. It could be an ex-staff member. It could be a current staff member.
어느 정도는 뒷사정을 알 수도 있잖아.
떨어진 다음에 알긴 힘든 정보 같은데.
떨어졌는데 저런다고 무슨 득을 보겠어. 자기가 못 올라가면 끌어내리기라도 하려는 게 사람이니까.
Not really, but okay.
그게 아니면
Her head lowered, Ina raised her eyes and stared at the rest of the group.
여기 우리들 중에 하나 어때? 개인적으로 알았던 걸 터뜨려서 아예 보내려고. 계정이 다르잖아. S승연인데? 다른 계정 굴리는 거지. 부계정. 워치 쓰는 거 서로 확인해 본 적도 없잖아.
At that very moment, something flashed through Duyun's mind. Like what Ina said, it was actually impossible for Contextus to use another account.
이나야, 잠깐. 출연자가 부계정을 쓰는 건 불가능해. 왜냐하면
Yeah,
우리가 가진 건 워치 한 개뿐이잖아.
yeah, they watch. Yeah, which makes Sale the more likely suspect because again, this man does not have like Sale doesn't have one of those phone watches, and he mentions outright that he like lost his phone, but like there's nothing to prove that he's lying to me about losing his phone.
그런데 무슨 말이 하고 싶어?
일침 제대로네. 추리를 하시려면 근거를 확실히 대셔야죠, 오이나 씨.
Ina just stood there lost for words.
도윤이 말대로야. 워치로는 공식 계정밖에 못 굴려.
쇼에서 준 워치 거기 공식 계정이 귀속된 상태잖아.
우리 중에 S 승연이 있는 건 불가능하다는 거지.
I mean, there's one person who could be, who are not pointing at, but you guys are pointing at, is L, which I'm pretty sure is Xeno Suckers anyway. Alticus, one official party account is one to the watch of each consensus, so another account cannot be used. Hina took a step back and bit her lip.
기세 등등하시더니 어이가 없네 진짜. 멀티가 됐으면 내가 진작에 굴렸지.
좋아. 인정해. 워치로는 안 된다는 거. 근데 다른 기기가 없다고 장담할 수 있어?
Yeah, that's the thing.
와, 포기를 모르시네. 물러날 줄도 알아야지. 좋아, 다 까보면 되잖아.
Hasim confidently turned his jacket pocket inside out. It looked like an inspection of personal belongings was about to take place.
세일, 특별한 거 있나 확인해봐.
네, 알겠어요.
The inspection was over. All they had was their own watch.
혹시나가 역시나지. 그렇죠, 인하님.
Again, can I point out that you're letting Cell just go and he's the one person who doesn't have a watch and is likely to have a phone?
알겠으니까 좀 꼬지 말아줄래?
그런데 우리 한 사람을 빼먹고 있잖아.
Okay, he's an idiot, but he actually pointed it out. Thank you.
장세일 FD님. 엄연히 여기 계신 분인데 빼놓으면 서운하지.
내가 뭐? 가진 게 없는데.
그거야 당신께서 하시는 말씀이시고요.
Hasim wagged his finger.
메신저 백. 거기 뭐가 들었는지 아무도 관심이 없네.
He'll grab the bag.
수첩 있다고 맨날 들고 다니는 거.
It's a very large messenger bag to just carry like one notebook.
수첩 하나만 들어가기엔 너무 큰데. 너무나도 커.
Yeah, see? I hate agreeing with this idiot.
자기 빠져나왔다고 아주 난사하는구나 너.
난사인지 적중인지 까 보면 알겠지.
Hasim came forward, and Cell took a step back in response.
개인적인 물건이야. 왜 출연자도 아닌 사람을 잡아?
공익을 위해서인데 협조 좀 해달라고. 의심병의 아이콘 오이나님도 한 말씀 얹어주시죠.
이나 씨,
그게 아깐 내 생각에 빠져서 좀 오버했어.
Really, girl, that is definitely the guy who's stalking you. Girl.
기분 나빴을 거야. 미안해.
에?
Hasim turned back to face Ina.
지금 뭐라고 하신?
She apologized like a normal person. But Ina, sweetie, honey, darling, that man is definitely the guy who's stalking you, considering how he's slobbering around you like a fucking dog. Be reasonable and let people check his belongings.
까보라는 둥 물고 늘어져서 미안하다고. 딴 기계 어쩌고 말도 안 되는 소리였는데.
Yes, it makes sense. You're actually right. You're being an idiot. Feeling awkward, Hasim scratched the back of his neck.
아 저기 그래 인정하니까 좋잖아.
Damn.
워낙 드문 장면이라 좀 익숙하지가 않네.
Hasim suddenly raised his head and touched the watch.
아 그래 우리가 이렇게 마주보고 떠드는 중이잖아. 근데 페이터의 S 승연이 또 글을 딱 올렸다면 굳이 이 난리를 안 쳐도 외부인으로 끝나는 얘기였잖아.
Hasim suddenly fell silent.
혜성아, 왜 그래?
Hasim flashed his teeth in anger. As previously announced, the Real Survivor audition Buried Stars will continue. The cameras are all buried, so I'm gonna use Father. The contestants with the fewest votes will be eliminated. The loser will be killed. Only the top contestant will survive. From now on, do your self-promotion to go up in the rank. The judging standard is honesty. Confess your wrongdoings and make an apology to your fans.
미친 소리도 정도껏 해야 개성이지. 이게 진짜.
His hands went to Tembo.
되는 대로 말하는 거야. 신경 쓸 필요 없어.
필요가 있고 없고를 떠나서 이건
Yeah, it's not very comforting being in last place and being told, oh yeah, last place person dead. Next result will be announced on the hour. Halcyon can go up in the ranking. Please show us lots of love and support. You don't bother to vote.
PD님 이름 달고 자꾸 개소리를 찢어대잖아.
Just when Donyun was about to intervene, Halcyon began to busily type something into his watch.
이 새끼랑 맞다이 좀 까야겠어.
Honey, don't. Why are you pretending to be the producer and talking bullshit? Knock it off. Ah, Halcyon, when you show your respect to me, are you revealing your true colors? People don't change. Are you scared of having no one on your side? I told you, confess to your sins and be honest if you still want to raise your rank. You intend to impersonate Seong Young?
이딴 건 팩트로 조져야 돼.
Ah, boy. This troll now. Seong Young is already dead. I saw her myself, so stop talking bullshit.
야, 뭐 하는 짓이야?
Yeah, this is bad.
공유 미친 듯이 올라가고 있어.
All the attention and shock of the world rang through my head.
봐, 대답 안 하네. 이거 잠수 탔지?
Hasun's voice was shaking.
이젠 사칭 따위 못해. 꺼져버리라고.
And oh, a million? My sanity is terrible.
이거 괜찮은 거야?
No, probably not.
그럼 헛소리 하는 걸 계속 두고 봐?
그치만
생방을 날려야 짜진다고.
8:55 a.m. Infuriated with Seong Young, who pretended to be Seong Young, Haseon posted a comment about Seong Young's death. Anger has turned him blind.
공유 수 벌써 1000이 넘었어.
As the number of shares grew, the number of responses began to increase as well. Is this troll now? Yeah, okay. Big bomb exploded. What? This indeed something stupid. Professor is dead, really? Then what is that account posting comments? This is so wrong. You shouldn't tell a lie to attract attention, Haseon. Are you out of your mind? Tim Carl's disclosure of Seong Young's death was criticized by the survivors as well as many Father users. Checking it. The official account doesn't know. Is it a lie? It's so out of the blue. Is it true that he revealed Seong Young's death while fighting with a troll online? Haseon's not a Father newbie. How can he do that? The building came down. Rescue operation is still underway. It's not the time to blame Haseon for what he said. Shame on you people. Can't be true. There was no news about that. Haseon must have been mistaken. If Haseon's claim is true, then what will happen, huh? Yoshin is really dead. Victims, what? Is this for real? How long will it take to finish checking? Can you see what's happening now? Who is Seong Young claiming that the producer is dead? And why is Haseon acting up again? What's happening in there? Is anyone on duty? We're hearing from Haseon the last news on survivors and from an attention seeker news on Seong Young's dead. What is the role of the official account manager then?
야, 공식 계정이 얻어 터지는데?
I mean, to be fair, the troll account already said, like, while impersonating this woman was like, oh, when you're reading this, I'm already dead. So...
난리 났네. 야, 어쩔 거야?
뭘 어째? 어차피 알려질 얘기 아니야?
검토해서 공식 발표하는 거랑 네가 깝친 게 똑같냐? 공식 계정 맞는 거 안 보여? 너 때문이잖아.
그게 대수야? 저딴 거 잘 대응하라고 돈 받는 거잖아.
Yeah, he has a point about that.
나 쥐어 터질 땐 쌩 까더니 대단한 의리 나셨다?
Young raised her hand to interrupt Sale.
사망자 뉴스 떴어.
Uh-huh. Confirm that person identity at the accident site of Barry Stars first. Seung Young Shin. Right, the timing is so perfect. Seung Young Shin found dead. Third. It's an official announcement about Seung Young's death. Thanks to Sassing spoiler, the situation had gotten all mixed up.
공식 계정에도 발표 나왔어.
You know, show person Seung Young Shin has passed away from an accident. Make sure rest in peace. Okay, they just come out and say it. We feel deeply responsible for this incident. We will do our best to rescue the remaining survivors inside. We'll cooperate with the authorities to find out the cause and prevent any damages from the interruption of the broadcasting. Section 10 was first discussed with Hasion, covered by the media pretty soon. In addition, the Beastar's official account also confirmed her death by offering condolences.
방송 중단 어쩌고는 뭐야?
아, 등 떠밀려서 쓰니까 저 모양이지.
Still frowned.
너무 성급해. 욕 먹고 뉴스 떴다고 바로 간 것 같은데.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I would have started criticizing the show the second that I found out that the place that we're filming just dropped on their heads like a fucking warhammer. Like, I'm sorry, you build an entire like stage for it to just fall on your ass and head, literally, by collapsing on itself, and you expect to not be criticized.
메시지 관리를 해야지. 한 번에 하나씩. 아, 저럼 어떡하냐고.
몰매 맞으니까 공식도 움직이는구만.
혜성아, 너 지금 무슨 말을...
배우신 분이 그렇게 이해가 느려서 어디다 써먹어.
되게 속 편해 보인다.
됐고, 방송 중단으로 피 안 잊게 한다. 무슨 뜻이겠어? 구조되면 어떻게든 이어할 여지가 있다는 거야.
넌 진짜로 진짜다.
베스타 문 닫으면 어차피 다 쫑이야. 기회잖아.
Honey, if you die, you're not gonna have any opportunities, just saying.
이 난장판을 내고 기회 운우네?
웃고 자빠졌네.
그럼 울어? 공식 계정이 낸 공식 입장이야. 어쨌든 오더 받고 쓴 거라고.
그런다고 투표 수가 움직일 것 같아? 아까 깝쳤을 때랑 똑같은 끝일 텐데.
와, 진짜 내 편 하나도 없네. 세일 씨, 신 PD님 없다고 너무 기고만장인데? 무대 무너졌다고 개념까지 무너지네. 신임 총괄 PD신가? 출연자 인사드려요?
말이 심하잖아. 어쩌고 싶은데?
Hassan put on a crooked smile and looked at Dwayne. I think he just wants to be a dick.
알면서들 물어보긴. 도윤이 형은 내 상황 이해하잖아.
No, no, honey. Like, I understand that you care, but I don't care that much. Like, here's the deal. I get him. I also just think that he's an idiot. Like, I just think he's stupid. Like, I'm sorry.
어떤 이유든 이런 난장판은 안 돼.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you're being ridiculous, honey. I'll get your...
우리 5위랑
Think fix later.
4위야. 위기의식 공유하는 거 아니었어?
Dude, I can feel threatened about losing this competition once I'm out of the life or death situation we're in.
형도 꼴찌가 뭔 바락인가 싶나 봐?
No, I think you're acting out of desperation for something that doesn't matter. Hello, everybody's being stupid right now. Oh, you don't even know. Okay, let me just recap what happened because we've been here like an hour, so I finished doing all of the talks with everyone. We argue how this person who is impersonating the extremely dead producer on Father has to be someone on the production company in some way. Like, it has to be staff because they knew things that only staff would know. Considering the background checks that they did on everyone, and that the fact that they revealed things that even the program didn't reveal. So considering they went to through agencies to get extra information, they probably got it from them, and someone in the staff had to have found it. And then they go, well, it could be another member of the staff, whatever. Point is, Halcyon is an idiot. Ina comes and it's like, well, you don't know if maybe you're using an alternate account. And it's like, you can't do that with the phone watch thing that we have. Okay, but what if there are other devices? And it's like, Cell, check his ass. And Halcyon is like, okay, fine, God. And then Halcyon is like, well, we've checked everyone, but we didn't check Ciel, who's the one who was checking. We should check him. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? This guy said at the beginning that he supposedly lost his phone. We haven't seen him do anything. He doesn't have the phone watch thing because he's not a contestant. He's the one person who, if they wanted to make a fake account, obviously he would be this guy. And it doesn't help that he's definitely in a sucker by the way that he just slathers all over her like a dog. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna check the guy. And then Ina's like, oh no, you know what? I'm sorry that I accused you and that I wanted to do a search and find on everyone. I'm sorry about that. And then they don't check on Ciel at all. He gets away with it. And I'm just like, oh my fucking God. So then we get the question, okay, but it has to be someone in the production because they have to have known all these things. And then in the middle of that conversation, father message come out from this account. Yeah, I know, I didn't understand why she did that. It's stupid. Messages come from this account that supposedly the person in last place will die. The competition is literally dead competition survival. The person in last place will be eliminated from life. And everybody's like, look, this is stupid. You're just impersonating a dead person. And this idiot reveals, in front of everyone on... Yeah, I know. This guy, Halcyon just posts that Seungyeong is dead. He's just look, stop trolling, she's dead, I saw the corpse. Which nobody had announced yet. So the media goes into frenzy. The official Beastars account has to come out and say that she's dead and, express condolences and shit. And now he's trying to justify the fact that everybody, including the media and the fans and everyone, is insane about the things that are happening, questioning and being dicks to the person in charge of the official Beastar account because he just doesn't want to be eliminated from the competition. And I'm just sitting here looking at this and being like, you're in a life or death situation. Can you worry about your stupid American Idol show once you're done with trying to survive from, the life or death situation you're in? Because, the building is still collapsing. You could die. Maybe wait until, to worry about the whole boating thing once you're out of the, building that could kill you. So yeah, I'm just losing my mind on how fucking dumb everyone is.
저 S 승인인지 뭔지가 최하위 죽는다니까 쫄아서 설치는 것 같고.
Nassim put his hand around his watch and took a step back. Bits of sweat rolled down his pale face.
그래, 좋아.
Nassim glanced toward the back and put on a crook smile.
나만 또라이지?
Yes. Why would you believe a troll on Twitter? You know he's a troll. You're not gonna die. Not if you actually behave like a normal human being in a stressful situation, which I guess you are, but like in like a reasonable human being, okay?
페이터 한다고 갈구고 PD님 사칭하는 미친놈한테 나라고 하질 않나? 그 자식 입 닥치게 하니까 또 사람 찍어 누르고.
I'm not trying to put that, dude.
내가 그렇게 만만해? 꼴찌라고 사람 무시해?
No, honey, we ignore you because you're a pain in the ass.
실실거리고 다니니까 개뿔도 없어 보여?
He's just being silly, guys. He's just being silly. I'm going to slap him.
혜성아, 진정하고 얘기를 좀 들어봐.
가까이 오지 마! 나 단독 행동을 좀 해야겠어. 내 포지션 확실하게 얘기해 줄게.
Oh my god.
난 베스타 계속 할 거고 뭐라고 하든 상관 안 해.
Honey, can you worry about that once you're out of the building that's still collapsing? Can you worry about that later? Like, it's just so infuriating because you're literally in a life or death situation, and instead of worrying of just staying safe so you can worry about the stupid competition later, you're just making it about the competition the entire time. Han, you could really die.
베스타 무너졌다고. 여기가 아직도 무대로 보여?
계속 한대잖아. 그럼 이기면 만사 오케이잖아?
Yeah, but you can do that when you're out of here.
페이턴이 인기 투표니 사실 난 그런 거 없어도 괜찮아. 비장의 무기가 있으니까.
What? As you continue slowly moving backwards.
야! 집착 좀 그만해!
다 따라오지 마. 내 얘기 혼자 듣고 싶을 테니까.
Xena hesitated. Hession turned and headed down the central corridor. Where were you going?
혼자면 위험해.
Kikik's shout echoed around the ruins. The rest of the group looked at one another nervously.
저대로 두면
I don't know if knocking him unconscious is gonna like fix anything, not gonna lie.
냅둬요.
아까 복도 봤잖아. 잘못하면
신경 끄면 알아서 기어 나올 텐데 관심 주면 더 날뛰어요.
기억이 말이 맞아. 무대 뒤가 위험해 보여서 돌아온 거잖아.
텀을 둬야 쟤도 뚜껑 열린 거 닫죠.
Yeah, and he can get time once he's not in a stressful, dangerous situation. Thale can just be less suspicious. Thale doesn't know the not suspicious song. He has not memorized the don't be suspicious song.
지 혼자 이 악물고 덤비기는 뭐가 바뀐다고? 뭘 안다고?
Young split from the group after having conflict with the other survivors.
지금은 놔두죠. 어떤 말도 소용없을 것 같아요.
도윤아, 그치만
아예 내버려 두자는 게 아니에요. 많이 흥분한 것 같으니까 잠시 동안만요.
The others nodded, looking at one another.
아까 눈 봤어? 완전 핑 돌았던데.
더 나갔으면 가만 안 뒀어요.
Thale pretended to be calm, but his voice was shaking.
정말 괜찮을까?
오래 둘 수는 없어. 여차하면 뛰어가야지. 갈만한 데는 대기실 아니면 화장실이겠지.
흥분을 가라앉혀야 할 텐데.
You know that the bathroom is dangerous, right? Like, there were pieces of broken glass all over the only bathroom that was available. He could hurt himself. You guys do realize that, right? These people are so stupid. I hate it. Hyuk let out a brief sigh, looking at the door.
워치 가진 분들 메신저랑 페이터 한 번만 확인해 주세요. 서혜성이 뭐라고 해놓은 건 없어요?
Probably. Just then, Do Yoon felt the buzz of a notification on his wrist. Yo, Do Yoon.
혜성이야?
Apparently.
네, 메시지가 왔어요.
양반은 못 되는 놈이네.
You okay? Where are you? I'm gonna talk to you. Just the two of us, okay? Dressing room, come alone and meet me.
뭐라고 그래?
He's inviting me to dinner. I mean, a date. I mean, secret talking by yourselves, thing.
둘이서만 얘기 좀 하자는데?
He wants to go. He wants to have a man-to-man conversation.
무슨 꿍꿍이로
무기가 있다는 둥 그랬는데.
Is he gonna kill me? It'll be funny if he kills me.
별 대단하지도 않은 걸로 정신 승리하는 거겠죠.
가 볼 거지?
네, 여기서 쉬고 계세요.
언니는 내가 챙길게. 그나저나 왜 혼자 오래? 불안하겠으리.
메신저로 다 얘기하든지 전화를 하든지.
별일 아닐 거야. 괜찮겠지.
혼자 흥분해서 설레발치다 사고라도 내면.
혼자 오랬지만 같이 갈까?
Hyuk, I know you care about me, but he wants to be alone. Like, if you wanna wait in the corridor, like a meter away from the door, so he doesn't notice that you're there, that's one thing. But you know, you're gonna ruin the situation if you go.
아까 상태 그대로면 위험할지도.
괜찮아. 갔다 올게.
Yoo, who was leaning against Hina, raised her head.
지금은 좀 진정했을지도 몰라.
It's been like 5 minutes.
어떻게든 달래는 쪽으로 부탁해.
Girl, it's been like 5 minutes. He's not calm.
혜성이가 제 말은 그럭저럭 듣는 편이니까 시키는 대로 가서 얘기해 볼게요.
상황 보고 나서 꼭
걱정하지 마.
Okay, let's see what this guy has to say to me. Nice reaction to that.
혜성아,
Yeah, I'm here, bitch. Do you turn the dressing room door now, but the door did not open.
잠갔어.
Idiot!
나야, 말한 대로 왔어.
As a short pause, Haseung's voice came from the other side of the door.
혼자 왔어?
Yes, I am. Good.
그래, 네가 시킨 대로.
The door opened slightly, and Haseung stuck his head out.
들어와.
Oh boy. Deegan stared at Haseung blankly.
형, 내 얘기 듣고 있어? 사퇴하라고.
Why? Haseung called out Deegan to force him to resign. He'll probably do the same to the other contestants.
따로 불러서 하려는 얘기가
Apparently.
이것이 뭐겠어?
Why do you care so much about this competition while we're in the middle of a building that is, like, gonna drop on our asses? I hate this. Like, all of this interpersonal drama is so petty and stupid when you remember that they're in a building that is collapsing on itself and they have yet to be rescued and they still have 5 hours, like 4 or 5 hours minimum to get rescued. Like, you remember that and you're like, oh my god, really? You're arguing about a stupid fucking American Idol-like competition? Hesian licks his parched lips.
공식 계정 봤지? 구조되고도 베스타 이어지는 거면 난 남아야 돼. 지금 투표 쓰면 내 자리 날라가. 그러니까 형이 좀 사퇴해줘. 어? 페이터로 쓰든 장세일이한테 전화하라고 하든 핑계는 뭘로 대도 괜찮으니까. 그래, 걔 핑계 대면 되겠다. 페이터의 그 미친놈 S승연. 걔한테 휘둘리기 싫어서 자진 사퇴한다고 해. 타임라인 꼴 봐봐.
What Hesian said is true. The people trapped in there might have seen Seongyun's shin dead and the murder thread. So creepy. What is the official account doing? The contestants are being blackmailed in real time. Oh, catch that lunatic or protect the remaining survivors. Need to check whether what Seongyun is saying is true or not, but either way they need to shut up. Could I reconsider Seongyun? Holy crap, their forecast on the forced elimination of the loser is true.
그 새끼가 꼴찌를 죽이니 많이 했잖아. 지금 개판 5분 전이야.
Anonymous user Seongyun claimed the contestant in last place will die at 2 a.m. It sounded like a murder threat.
누구 하나 사퇴한다고 그게 뭐라 할 놈도 없어.
Seeing that Dooyeon was lost for words, Hyeseung's expression began to change.
형, 베스타에 큰 욕심 없다 아니었어?
Yeah, that's why I'm not worrying about it instead of worrying about the things that matter. Like, I don't know, the fact that we're still trapped in a building that is collapsing.
선비인 척 고고하게 굴어본 것뿐이야?
I fucking hate this entire cast, they're so stupid. Dooyeon is the only normal person here.
그럼 나도 생각이 있어.
You know that meme? You know that meme of the people that are all like just standing around each other and they all have like the thought bubble? Oh man, everybody's a weirdo. I'm glad that I'm the only normal person here. It's like that, except Dooyeon is actually the only normal person here. Everybody else is an idiot.
어떤 생각?
폭로할 거야.
But
형, 정말로 배신자가 맞다고.
why are you like this?
대체 무슨 얘기를 하는 거야?
My fucking sanity, you piece of shit!
이제 내 얘기를 진지하게 들을 마음이 생겨?
Dooyeon felt like fainting, but tried to regain his focus.
바로 처져가지고서는 형은 뭐 나도 아닌 거 알아.
You know about a way to make this game better? I know one. People actually killing themselves. And or each other. That would fix a lot of the game. I feel.
아, 그럼 왜 말을 그런 식으로 했어?
Or they could just fuck. Either way, it would be better.
이렇게 혼자 가버리는 건 뭐고?
아우, 한 수 접으니까 바로 쏴대네.
혜성아, 무대로 돌아가자.
Make the sanity bar a thing for everyone to enable PvP mode. Honestly, that would be hilarious. That would actually be funny if like everybody has like a fucking sanity bar and you can just PvP them if everybody's sanity gets too low. That would be great. That would actually make it a lot better.
안 돼. 끝장 보고 나갈 거야.
싸움이라도 하게?
말이 돼? 내가 쳐맞지.
Damn.
형 먼저 부른 건 제일 만만해서 그랬어.
No, I'm not.
그러냐?
Like, why you call no?
얼굴 보니까 역시 어렵네. 블러핑 치는 것도 쉽지 않아.
Yeah, because I'm the only normal person in this entire situation, and I actually care about the fact that, oh, we're in this situation, actually.
무기가 어쩌고 한 거 역시 블러핑이었어?
Probably.
아니거든. 진짜 있어 무기.
He says, and then he takes out like a literal ace. Like he gives you the ace of spades, and he's like, "See, look, I have a poker deck on me." That would be funny, okay? That would have been funny. A little bit of, you know, comedy for the situation.
뻥 아냐. 형 거가 없어서 그렇지.
Oh,
바로 거기까지 들어가긴 좀 치사하다 싶었어. 이제 블러핑 집어치우고 건더기 있는 사람한테 쇼부 봐야겠어.
Hesian looked to the side and smacked his lips. Hesian just confessed that he had no secret weapon to use against Zuyun because we're the only normal fucking person in this cast. He was acting as if he's had something to disclose to everyone else. Was he going to call the contestants one at a time and ask each of them to drop out? What was he really up to? What did he mean when he said he had an ace in the hole?
혜성아, 나랑 얘기 좀 해.
Yeah, like normal people. Duyun decided to talk with Hesian calmly while not provoking him. Oh. Single person communication, I see. Let's see. Now that Sanghyun is dead, Vista is pretty much doomed, isn't it? Sorry, I had to sneeze. What do you say? Everybody will be happy if you decide to come back. I don't think this is the right time to think about that, yeah. I should be thinking about this right now. Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked when it's chaotic within and without. Now I have no idea what's going to happen. We don't consider recruiting the new bases just yet. When the Wozuk will continue to stay with us, I kind of messed things up for him twice already. And members who sided with him are still there. He thought about them for a while. He thought about the moments of the band going through hell. He quietly bit his lower lip. He got an opportunity to sign a record deal with an agency thanks to the new vocalist, but the agency demanded changes to their lineup and music style. Duyun objected to their demands, and the record deal fell through, almost as if that's most record deals in this day and age. It was time to wrap up the conversation. Let's see. Blame Sanghyun for that. This is taking place on... Okay. Is Sanghyun seeing these comments? Lol must have been knocked out already. This was taking place on air. The judges and staff would have helped you, but there are none around you now, lol. Something is insane. I didn't get any unfair help from everyone. Honestly, you're kind of a douchebag. He's provoking me directly. This has been posting negative comments all along. Even if Duyun ignored it, this guy wouldn't stop. Your own business, not mine. Duyun is revealing his true colors now. That concept is already being used by Hyeseong. Did you get his permission, lol? No, Duyun, the betrayer, certainly wouldn't have done it. He seems to have lost touch with reality while being favored by staff. Do you want me to inform Sanghyun about this? Then you can get all the spotlight you want. This will not end easily. Okay, let's see. This is the announcement of the dead. This is out. Yeah, this is from before. This all the messages we saw before. Okay, yeah, that's all. And now this is social media, messenger. Nothing here. Here, nothing here. Nothing for him. Whoever you are, Mr. Plug Hole. Plug Hole. Please fix my sanity, sweetie, because I'm low on it.
혜성이 잘 만났어?
지금 같이 있어.
지금 뭐 하는 거야? 당장 끊어!
당장 끊으라고 하고 있고.
알았어. 이야기 잘해봐.
asshole. I'm trying to have a polite conversation with someone who doesn't ruin my goddamn sanity every time that I talk to them. Bitch. I'm taking fleck from inside and out, nobody's on my side. Oh, I wonder why.
나는
Which side do you think I'm on? You're annoying, but you understand the language at least. Why am I annoying?
알겠어?
Asking me a question like this with that innocent look on your face. He soon clicks his song. When the others, like the viewers or the comments, say that you're a betrayer, you never seem to respond. Are you suppressing your anger or do you not feel anything? That's some heavy stuff. I have to catch you when your guard is down so that I can get the real response.
뭔데?
Now give me a real response, I'm curious. Hasim's eye lit up as he was rushing Duyun for an answer.
어? 에?
That's real? Are you saying you're lost for words? Hashtag confusion sounds?
그게
I don't think it would be, but
알아.
I think I can understand that in some ways. I also get tongue-tied sometimes. When I see someone babbling nonsense, I end up giving up and answering. Asian lowered his head and mumbled to himself. Duyun scratched his neck and pondered on what to say.
그건
They called me a betrayer because that was the truth in their eyes. Truth in their eyes. What you see can be different from what really happened.
그렇지.
In that sense, I feel a sense of kinship. He soon said that he sympathized with Duyun, but he didn't say why. I mentioned Seongyun to promote as Seongyun, so I guess it's practically over for me. We don't know that. Don't you think I know how messed up my image is after appearing on the show? It seems arrogant and raggedy image created by the show led to his bad reputation. Oh, report of it.
형이 보기에도 그래?
갑자기 뭐가?
내가 그렇게 양아치로 보이냐고.
Well, you did dye your hair, which is classic delinquent thing, but... He sincerely asked a question.
페이터 얘기 때문이야?
에이씨, 누가 내 의도 생각하래? 그냥 딱 보기에 어떠냐고.
You know, the music is good, but I'm not emotionally invested enough to have the sad piano music affect me.
철딱선이 없어 보이지.
방금 상처받았어.
딱 보기에 어떠냐며.
Asian clicked his tongue, looking at the ground.
그래. 뭐, 나 옛날부터 철딱선이 없었어. 그치만 양아치 짓은 안 했다고. 솔직히 성실하진 않았지. 대충 친구랑 의리가 더 중요하고 노는 거 거절 못하고 그런 애들 있잖아. 알아 몰라?
모를 리가 있겠어.
그게 그렇게 대단한 양아치야?
그렇다고 하긴 어렵지.
Asian glanced on Duyun while talking.
깝치다가 민폐 끼친 적 없진 않아. 그래도 나 솔직히
Asian closed his mouth.
솔직히 뭐?
Yeah, frankly what, sweetie?
아무것도 아니야. 말하다 보니까 착잡하네. 어차피 애들 뚝 패고 다녔겠지. 그렇게
No,
생각하지?
No, honey, look. You're a dick. But if anything, everything that has happened up until this point just proves to me that you're an attention whore. And like, I don't assume that attention whores just go out of their way to like get expelled out of high school and get a criminal record. So I'm going to assume that there was some kind of foul play in some way, and you just happen to be a dick about it because you don't want anyone to know for some reason.
내 생각을 마음대로 정하지 말아줄래?
He's just an attention whore and annoying, really.
내가 지 이미지에 똥칠하고 다닌 거지. 오죽하면 지인이 논란도 없어. 말 나오자마자 확정 딱.
Leon wanted to bring up Young's criminal record, but he didn't. Good, that would have been a bad idea.
여튼 형은 철딱선 얘기해. 기억해 둘 거야.
Damn.
물어봐서 얘기한 거야.
The student accepted that he had a hot temper, but he seemed troubled at the thought of the rumor being rendered as true right after it was revealed online. Nice, a little bit of sanity, thank you. The student admitted that he was not a good student, he had no interest in studying, and cared more about experiencing fun incidents or having friendship. Okay. Let's talk about the dead woman. The timing was terrible. The news came on immediately after, and they made an announcement through the official account. It's like I acted out even before the official announcement was even made.
아니었어.
You didn't have to write it while arguing with S. Young. Don't they piss you off? I mean, both are technically the same well, look, you're in a very stressful situation, sweetie. You have to suppress a little bit.
그럴지도.
Of course I do, but I'm suppressing my anger. And so is everyone else. Oh, god damn it.
아이고.
That's bullcrap. That's Young insulted Young, who is just one of these accident's poor victims. You're supposed to join me in fighting as Young. Yeah, okay, I will do that after we're out of the collapsing building. Like, again, this constant thing of like worrying about petty interpersonal shit and trolls when you're in a building that could collapse on your asses immediately. Ugh.
봐봐.
But look, I'm the only one that's getting lashed at. You're just afraid of taking damage for getting entangled with me. Don't complain and call the other survivors hypocrites for criticizing him more than as Young, who was making fun of Young.
그래도
I'm sure the others were surprised too, because you suddenly wrote about Young.
그래.
I admit that I got carried away a bit. But I was also shocked by what happened to Young, and I couldn't stand to watch them acting like Young. I thought they would take a hike if I caught them off guard. Although it didn't seem to work, obviously. So he really hit that to the public to make them shut up. Okay, yeah, whatever. Why are you like this?
뭐? 왜?
What? Why did I run? Why are you asking me this when you already saw and heard the whole thing?
괜찮아?
It's dangerous by yourself.
알아.
I know you don't think I'm scared, but whether I stay there or not is still dangerous. Yeah, this place is more dangerous. Think about yourself.
아닌 것 같아.
It's more dangerous in here. You could be in big trouble.
아이고.
Wow, how compassionate of you to worry about me. Don't be sarcastic.
아니지.
I'm not being sarcastic, that's why I called you first. It seems as though you didn't get it when I said it's dangerous for me whether I stay there or not. If I stay there, they'll either take my watch or tie me up on my hands and feet.
아니,
No one would go that far. You're such a fool sometimes. What are you talking about?
왜?
Never mind.
알겠냐고.
Anyway, I came here to protect myself. I'm not getting out until we come to a conclusion. He didn't argue that he left to protect himself because he was afraid the others would try to restrict his actions. Oh boy. Four of us will have made it to the next station in this episode. If one person drops out, there would be only 4 left. You can't have everything your way. Don't spoil it for me. You must think I'm soft because I was nice to you. You think you'll be okay if I decide to attack you?
글쎄.
But you're not doing that. Right, it's ridiculous. I guess I'm softer than I thought when I'm with you. Gay. I think you're being nice to everyone else. Hyeseong, what you're doing now is pointless. I think you should give up now and go back to...
아니라고.
I don't want to hear that, okay? If you ever want me to stop doing something, just tell me to keep going.
알겠어?
Or if you want me to keep doing something, tell me to stop.
그러면
If that's what you want, keep asking us to drop out.
그래.
Okay, fine. That's different from what you said. I'm the one who started this, it's up to me. We're not even sure if Beastars will continue. You're slow, the official account showed us a clear sign. They will try to continue the show by saying something about continuing what Seongyang had left behind. I'm certain and I'm going all in with my expectation. Getting eliminated from the show as the last rank and going back to my place where there's nothing. Well, I can never allow that. The reading post on the official account Hyeseong thinks that the show will come soon. Okay.
아니지.
You read their posts, they're unbelievable. Thinking about how the person in last will die, you have an assassin in town. What are they going to do? Come in and do a sword dance in front of me?
그건
They're just babbling nonsense. Do I look like I give a crap? Actually, yes, it looks like you give a crap, honey. That's part of the problem. Hyeseong smiled wickedly. Bits of sweat on the tip of his nose glitter under the dressing room lights.
아무래도
They were right about a few things.
아 참.
Anyone can guess based on the rumors out there. Maybe. God, you're so indecisive. Hyeseong clicked his tongue. We can't be wasting time on some phony.
그래.
Right, until the rescue team arrives, we should. Hey, that's not the answer either.
그러면
Then what is the answer? I am. I'm why we can easily ignore Seongyang. Hyeseong downplayed Seongyang's murder threat. He argued that Seongyang had gotten a few things for her purely by luck. I'm reckless and I don't even try, that's my character. My current actions perfectly fit the character.
알잖아.
You know why your image has suddenly deteriorated? Because people found out I assaulted someone and got expelled from school. Nobody cares about my reason. He didn't apologize sincerely. Because you didn't tell your side of the story.
혹시
Do you think it's because you didn't give a proper explanation? Hyeseong suddenly fell silent. You never explained that the incident happened, and
저기 그게
I tried in the beginning, but I gave up because everyone ignored me. His eyes glared. I had been screaming out for someone to hear me out, but no one did. Hyeseong strained his eyes and panted.
그게
Not even your family? What happened?
아이고.
What family? I don't even talk to my mother anymore. His son got expelled, got a criminal record, and kept getting insulted, but no.
아 참.
Settling the matter would have required a fortune, so they just gave up. Ever since we've been living separately, they didn't want anything to do with me. Because I have no power, money, or voice. No one wanted to hear me out. I was forsaken after being robbed of my dignity. Hyeseong had no one on his side or his family. He only had himself to rely on. Okay. Yoon couldn't say anything after hearing the edge in Hyeseong's voice. Hyeseong turned his head and glanced at Doyoon. If I get eliminated from the show, I won't have another chance to come back. I have to survive. I'll restore my image somehow. Before I do, I can't be a good person. Hyeseong believes that his image and credibility are not so good that he must restore his past image to succeed.
아이고.
Look at you, all striving after virtue at a time like this.
아무래도
It's confusing for everyone. You don't have to think ill of.
그래.
We might have different thoughts, I respect that. But why are you all up in my business? Is it because I'm the easiest to pick on? People scolded him for his immature behavior, people simply reacted to his attitude. Yeah, like, yeah, sweetie, we could die.
그건
It's because you surprised everyone. They only reacted to your action. Look at you, sharp as always. You did act recklessly out of anger.
그래.
Right, we didn't lash out at you because your hair is young.
생각해봐.
Still, you're only criticizing me when Seung Young is a bad guy. When in fact, you're just busy tending to your image and popularity. You people have no right to criticize me.
있잖아.
Don't forget that everyone's in shock. They are not mad, they're just perplexed. Well, if you get perplexed twice, you'd probably stab me in the back. No? All the same, he still thinks that other contestants are also trying to maintain their popularity and rankings. Okay, hopes of continuing.
알겠어?
You know what the best marketing strategy is?
어?
What's with the sudden change of topic? If you don't know, listen up. The best marketing strategy is buzz marketing. Is that what you're doing? Marketing?
그렇지.
Of course, if I'm to survive until the show resumes, I should stay at the center of the attention. Now we can see the real you. Everyone is nervous because of him. Yeah,
아닌 것 같아.
it's too much noise. That I can barely see you through it. I was just never there in the first place. The noise got me up and the noise stripped me. The only way to go up is through the bus.
그러면
If you trip once, you should consider other methods. At least after getting out of this mess. What if we get out? What if the show continues? What if the current votes remain? Let's keep it cool, let's endure it, even I can say that. There's no such thing as bad publicity, and I will shake them somehow. And you're really going to stop?
그래.
I will either go out or take out the others. Until then, I have to stay at the center of attention. Hissing wiped the sweat off his chin. If I'm to go crazy, I'd rather go for a psycho that's getting all the attention. That's my policy, and this policy will never change. Hissing believes that he must not shy away from the public eye in order to continue on when the show resumes. He intends to stay in the spotlight. Honey, you have so many issues right now. There are levels to the information.
그래?
What levels? Tell me you're asking because you really don't know. I'm so worried since I have to explain this to you every single time.
봐봐.
Look, the type of story is gathered by Seung Young. It's all low-level info. Then what's high-level information? Hissing took his time.
그렇지.
The information that I have. The real secrets. Hissing argued that he was fundamentally different from Seung Young, who was just repeating old rumors that they had heard somewhere else.
얼씨구.
Your eyes got bigger, what a sight! It's because you're speaking nonsense. I've never seen your eyes grow so big. Who cares what my eyes look like? What do you mean by secret?
에?
Secrets are secrets. What explanation do you need? Seung stared at Dooyeon bewildered face for a moment. Premium information that's completely different from Seung Young's gossip. Secrets only I know. I told you have aces in the hole. Can talk about them later even if he knows something. Yeah, just don't be a dick, come on.
아니,
Now is not the time. Even if you know something, do it later.
어?
Oh, do you want me to pick the right timing? Sin smiled wickedly.
생각해봐.
Seung Young is skiing over the dust and the official account is making all kinds of mistakes. Now is the time to make a bet, not later.
대체
What the hell are you up to? Were you even listening when I was going on about my aces? I'll tell them that I will expose them. Sure, there's a way to stop me. To drop out of the audition voluntarily.
그렇지.
That's right. Are you going to blackmail us? Now that's some scary word.
그래.
But I guess you can call it that. I don't know about you, but I have the others by their necks. And some of them are very embarrassing. Christian said there are secrets about other contestants that only he's aware of. Moreover, he plans to try and disclose those secrets. He's a little dick. Anyway, let's save for a moment. And let's go into an intermission because I need to get myself some coffee and we've been here for like over 2 hours. Why is everyone such a fucking idiot? I hate this. I'm losing my mind. I'm literally gonna become the Joker. Everyone's so fucking dumb. Ugh. Anyway, I'll come back in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm not emotionally ready for this. I'm not ready for this shit. Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's move on with our lives. Everybody was absent except this motherfucker. Oh hey, my sanity improved. For once! The dog wasn't going anywhere. There was a long silence between the two.
진짜 베스타가 이어질 것 같아?
Not really, not after this shit, but okay.
지금 회차, 지금 순위, 지금 출연자 그대로?
그렇게는 아닐 수도 있지. 그런데 만약 하면 난 바로 탈락 확정이야. 그럼 인생 쫑이야.
He nodded to himself.
뒤에서 수근거리는 거 나도 다 알아. 건방지다, 실력 없다, 게으르다, 입만 살았다, 폭행 전과자까지. 오만 딱지 다 붙었어. 끝엔 어떻게든 수습이 될 줄 알았는데 PD님 저렇게 가버리셨다고.
Tears welled up in his eyes. Yeah, I know you were sleeping with her.
억울하게 배신자로 몰려봐서 알 거 아니야. 이대로 신세 조질 순 없다는 거.
딴 사람들한테도 다 그렇게 얘기할 거야? 어떻게든 물러나 달라고?
내 말 들을 수밖에 없어.
Do they though?
말했잖아. 확실한 무기가 있다고.
Hussein rubbed his chin with his hand.
모두한테 던지면 최소 한 명은 걸려.
Hussein is planning to turn other contestants to give up. He has shut out any dissuasion and made up his mind.
뭘 하려는 건지 상상이 안 돼.
딴 사람 걱정해? 왜?
Because they're human beings and they're right now in a very stressful situation that we're both in, and it would be kind of rude and shitty to do what you're doing.
우리랑 달라 거긴. 이미지도 크게 안 구겼고 베스타 아니어도 아쉬울 거 없는 사람들이라니까? 경쟁자가 줄수록 개이득이야. 여기 룰이 그렇잖아.
Hussein moved a step closer to Do-yoon.
우리 캐릭터가 본 모습이랑 다른 것처럼 저쪽도 똑같아. 결국엔 다 만들어낸 이미지라고.
If push comes to shove, he won't hesitate to threaten other contestants to drop out. Even after the talk, he remained adamant. What else could he say? Do-yoon could only stare at Hession silently.
형이랑은 얘기 끝났어.
Okay.
잠깐, 이대로는
난 더 할 말 없어.
Okay.
이제 다음 사람 차례야.
결국 네가 원하는 걸 얻진 못해.
더 잃을 것도 없어. 미쳐 날뛰면 쫄리는 사람이 빠지겠지.
Hession made it clear that he had nothing to lose and that he's going all the way by any means necessary. Yep. Do-yoon felt weak all of a sudden. Do-yoon unclenched his fist and took half a step back.
안전이 먼저야. 명심해. 흥분 가라앉히고 아니다 싶으면 바로 와야 돼. 난 가서 사람들한테도 얘기해볼게.
We are the only reasonable person in this entire fucking place. If they met Halcyon without knowing his intention, there could be a major clash. Do-yoon decided to warn them about what's to come as a way of absorbing the shock.
도윤이 형,
Yes? Halcyon stopped Do-yoon as he was heading for the door. Do-yoon briefly stared at Halcyon.
나 안 멈춰. 기대하지 마.
Yeah, no, I got it. You're the implacable, the impeccable, the implacable. You're the unstoppable man of this situation. We get it, sweetie. He's definitely gonna get killed, if anyone gets killed anyway.
역시 골 제대로 때려주시네.
Hehe.
혜성이 절박해 보였어.
Ina scratched her head widely.
그래서 나온 생각이 기껏 남찬에서 자기를 남긴다는 거야?
Yeah. I mean, it's a strategy, I'll give him that much.
마음 좀 열고 들어볼까 하다가도 삽시간에 다치는데? 아니 막말로 누가 접는다고 쳐. 본인이 절찰리에 남는다는 보장 있어? 무기니 뭐니 개똥 같은 소리나 짓거리고. 초조해서 무리수를 두는 거야. 최하위가 나쁜 일을 당할 거라는 협박도 있었잖아. S 승연? 아, 그건 신경 쓸 가치도 없는 얘기야.
Ina put her hands together as if embarrassed by her loud voice.
지금 혜성이 상태 좋지 않아요.
Yeah, clearly.
사퇴한다고 하면 그만하고 나오겠대?
자기 말로는
협박은 범죄야. 말 같지도 않은 소리 진짜. 무기란 건 정말 뭐였을까?
글쎄요.
애초에 표 누가 떨궜어? 본인이 못 받았지? 답 없으면 짐 싸야지. 저딴 엉터리 같은 짓을 해?
바깥에서 호응해준다는 보장도 없는데.
역풍 맞고 확 머리나 까져라. 도윤아, 뭘 근거로 호언장담한 것 같아?
어쩌면 그건지도 몰라요.
그거?
Till lowered his head and adjusted his glasses.
서혜성, 신피디님을 졸졸 쫓아다녔죠?
Yeah, he was definitely sleeping with her.
일 없이 말 걸고 기다리고 있질 않나. 껌딱지처럼 붙어 다니려고 했어요.
Yes, Sale, sweetie, they were sleeping together. That's what was happening.
뭔가 알아냈을 가능성도 제로는 아니에요.
Sion was always obedient to Seo Young. It's possible that the information of the contestants collected by Beastars has been leaked.
아까는 비밀 유지가 필수라며. 보안이 그렇게 허술했어?
Well, duh.
윗단에서 나가는 건 모르죠. 그래도 핵심적인 건 아닐 거예요.
Sale, sweetie, a contestant was sleeping with a producer. That's kind of important, just saying.
쉽게 나갈 얘기였으면 벌써 다 알고 있었을 거야.
저도 서혜성 말은 반도 안 믿어요. 워낙 자신만만하다니까 거기까지 생각해 본 거죠.
Ina surveyed everyone in the space.
결론이 어떻게 나는 거지? 무턱대고 치는 공갈빵은 아닐 수도 있다.
Maybe.
우리끼리 얘기해선 소용없겠지.
Yuyuk stepped forward while stroking his sleeve.
이번엔 내가 다녀올게.
Okay.
잠깐! 걔가 뭔 소리를 할 줄 알고! 차라리 같이 가.
아니, 몰려가면 아예 문 잠그고 농성할지도 몰라요.
Which he did, for the record.
하자는 대로 한 명씩 하는 게 나아요.
막 나가는 놈인데 괜찮으시겠어요?
I mean, what other options do you have, honey?
괜찮아. 혜성이 생각이 정말 도윤이 말대로인 거라면 얘기해 볼 만해. 다녀올게.
Okay, don't get yourself killed, honey. I don't like your design, but you're like the only character who's actually kind of
각본 없는
attractive.
드라마네. 막장 드라마.
Shut the fuck up, Sale.
얘기 잘 돼야 할 텐데.
전 솔직히 소용 없을 것 같아요.
얘는 분장실에서도 열일하네.
What the hell? A troll has appeared running while another guy is passionately reacting to him. Is it only me reminded of the gangster full of lies? As soon as Hesiod starts to gain popularity, a troll has showed up attacking only Hesiod. That reminds me of collective criticism against him before. Hesiod, are you Kun Wook's song?
S 승연을 맞춰보려는 건가?
Is he trying to reveal who S Seong-young is?
건욱이가 누구야?
서해성 처음 터트리네요. 동창이라던...
Okay, that is interesting. Xian mistook me for Kunwook, who he assaulted. He is wrong. He only has to blame his dull brain. It's Kunwook? Then stop it. You framed me and pretended to be a victim. Now you impersonate the producer. How much longer are you gonna get in the way of my life? Do you wanna see it through? I'm not who I used to be. I've gone this far on my own with no help of others, and I won't back off meekly this time.
덮어놓고 밀어붙이는데?
Okay. Xian seems to be in a hurry, but the survival audition will continue as promised. The contestant ranked last will be executed at 2 a.m. Well, I don't care whether you're S. Kunwook or you're... That S shouldn't be there. Kunwook or not. I will make a surprising announcement soon. Look forward to it.
발표? 뭐 하자는 거야?
Oh boy. Hyeseong. They waited, but Hyeseong didn't post any additional comment.
기욱이가 도착했나? 한동안은 잠잠하겠네. 발표란 건 뭐였을까?
실속 없이 드림만 친 걸 수도 있어요.
Don't lie.
그거겠지 아마. 걔만 아는 남의 무언가라니 있을 리가 없잖아.
Ina's voice quivered a bit. Yeah, guys, did you forget that we're in a building that could crash and kill us at any moment? Yeah, like that. The tremor died out quickly. Standing awkwardly, the group looked at one another.
진짜 그만 좀 해라.
그나마 빨리 지나가서 다행이야.
Ayana's reaction to that.
언니, 괜찮아? 괜찮아. 괜찮아야지.
Okay, you should have kept your meds on you.
확 올라올 것 같으면 꼭 말해. 알겠어. 그렇게. 예고도 없이 사람 시겁하게.
분장실 쪽 무사하겠죠?
무슨 소리 들리거나 했었어?
아무것도 못 들었어요.
Ina was silently staring at the door by the central corridor. Since demand for me to drop out, speculate poses as Seongyang an oncoming announcement. They try to suppress their anxious emotions. Everything is terrible and we're in a bad situation and no one is making it easier. Things weren't looking so great in here either. Daeun looked beyond the stage.
형 올 때까지 뭐라도 하자.
Yeah. Not a good time to get lost in thought. I should listen to the others and try to calm down everyone. Chicken game. Let's see. It said that today might be the last day. Let's not responding to the provocation of the impersonator, even when the guy turned to eliminate him from the show, lol. Just wait for a perfect timing while watching the fight between Hyeseong and Seongyang, lol. Feels so good that Seongyang shut up the contestants who care only for their popularity. Way to go, Seongyang! I don't know whether Hyeseong is really hiding something or not, but whatever is revealed, I never hope to see his face on TV. Again, rather. Maybe there is no responsible choice, no wrong at all. So they can blame Hyeseong for feeding a troll. Hyeseong criticizes the troll impersonates Seongyang. Doing nothing in the situation doesn't help anyone. Rather, it looks like they are hiding or trying to cover up something. Rumor has it that WBS is trying to cover this accident, as there are so many illegal activities involved. The show must go on. We did our best to put Hyuk on the first place. The factor does a sentient low. Every member of Hesiod is laying low. Duyin is so ungrateful. He forgot how Seung Young Shin saved him from being eliminated. I didn't expect much from him, but lol. Except Hesiod, other members in the... yeah? Gonna be called the top 5 good members who suffer from the accident. They have to bring them back on the show, but compensating them now when Hesiod and Seung Young are on a trolling spree. Damn. Okay. You must make an official request to the broadcasting station for them to find out the cause of the accident and provide compensation to our contestants. Everyone please share this comment. Only reasonable person. Many father uses demand restarts to compensate for any damage dealt to the contestants due to this accident. Reasonable. What compensation? I smell something fishy. What about compensating the final contestant? If the rumor about shoddy construction is true, one day try to keep the staff quiet. That means I have to see you do you and show up on TV for some more time. The broadcasting station will contact rescue people individually, but don't answer them. You better make a website or blog for coordinated actions. I hope everyone gets enough compensation. Let's see, important announcement. He has to realize what you've done to our van. If he knows that you incite a fight between people, he will expose it first. Or may infer those facts. Wusuk, you're an asshole. The feud stand. It was you who caused trouble by insisting that we change members. Are you still angry at me that you couldn't make your debut because of me? Refute nicely. I mean, you wanted to change the members and I didn't want to, so fuck you. Why are you doing this at this time? You decided to retort firmly. No answer, really? Oh, there. Shit, do you forget that I begged one of my acquaintances to allow us to do a rehearsal for the agency? How could you say that? Other agency didn't even hear our demo tape. It was their offer after hearing our demo tape and allowing us to do a rehearsal. Otherwise, we wouldn't have got any opportunities. Are you saying you had no other choice than to kick out the members? No, my sanity! It was an immediate response. And you incited a fight between them like you did before. Inciting a fight was your specialty. I was trying to improve our band to get out of the indie music like you did. I tried to patch things up. Asshole. Patch out, so you sat back and did nothing when other members criticized me? You were the core member of the band and had the largest influence, and I was a newcomer. Can you call it a patch up if a strong leader like you are criticizing a powerless newcomer? That was like a death sentence to me. What was I supposed to do back then? Cancellation of the record deal caused a huge conflict among the band members. Members who were asked to leave the band by the agency fell out with the rest of the members. Duyin sided with the members who would have been kicked out. Wusuk, the vocalist who had tried to facilitate the band's deal with the agency, still resented Duyin for spoiling their chance. He saw the conversation was over. It didn't seem like there will be any new mentions to. Let's see. I don't care whether yours couldn't work or not. I will make a surprising announcement soon. Tim posted a comment that would make a surprising announcement of Friday without mentioning details. Okay. This was just does he really know something? Kunwook is the guy who claimed that he was assaulted by Hesiod in high school. Do you know how the case was closed? His assault but his account was already deleted. I'm shocked to see you on TV. I really didn't expect this. I said you shouldn't ever show up again to me. Seeing how things are going now, I can't help but write a post. Time flies, right? Screw you, you're now on TV as a musician. I guess you wanna use popularity to restart your life, but I won't let you do that. Don't you remember the date when you threw a chair during the fight with blank and blank? You forgot what happened, can't remember the meeting held by the school violence committee. You wanna get dragged again when a real battle between you and me? Just remember the results will always be the same, no matter how hard you try. You know that already. Huh. Let's see. Kunwook's song. And jumped to the conclusion that his former classmate who had first disclosed Hesiod's violent past must be Seung Young. I wonder how much he will be He has good looks, but what he says always disappoints you. Nah, he looks like a nerd. Look at this shit. He could be a femboy. Like he has a tiny waist that is perfect for men to grab. He could be a femboy if he let his hair grow and wasn't that much of an abrasive piece of shit. He is short though, yeah, and that would help him to be a femboy. If he can't sing well, he should practice dancing more. Look, he's short, he has a tiny waist for men to grab. They should have they should have made him a femboy. Just make him a femboy. It would have solved all the problems. That troll economics here, but what's with the number of shares? I can definitely dismiss something fishy. I'm careful about bringing this up, but what's going to happen to the show now that there's been a casualty? I guess it's the end. I just can't stand the thought that all of Hyuk's efforts were for nothing. He worked really hard. Oh look, he actually looks attractive. Oh no! It's the hairstyle. The hairstyle ruined him. He actually looks like a normal man. No. Oh no, he's hot. He actually looks hot. When he's, you know, not dressed up. Like this is an attractive man. No. Disgusting. Ruin a perfectly attractive man. Look at him. Look, I'm sorry, but from this to the actual sprite that he has right now with his stupid little hairstyle, this is an attractive man. They ruin a perfectly attractive man. Look at him, he has K-pop boy band syndrome. Like, I just don't see the appeal. Like, maybe I'm old, maybe my issue is that I'm old. I went through my boy band phase when I was like actually in the 90s when boy bands were popular, and now I'm just old and I'm like, no, you're not attractive. I need you to look like a 30-year-old man. I need you to look old and democrated and like your life is over. That's what is attractive. Or if you're a fanboy, I'll take a fanboy, but I don't even like fanboys. I want to be a fanboy. Completely different situation. Cindy's body, but I can't find anything about the process and the rescue teams. These be around the same time that who is said. I thought they were one of the attentions, but the damage is super size. I'm not so sure anymore. Why is that Halcyon? Lol, is it some sort of grudge? Okay. This we saw. Not okay, we must focus on secure and safety for the survivors. And not just V-Star staff who can't even handle one troll account. I mean, same. With a person dead, a psychopath has appeared acting up like that. Knock it off. Oh, okay. I'm probably not gonna be able to call him. So... let's call Ina. She annoys me, but why not?
형, 괜찮을까?
걱정되면 서혜성을 끌고 나오지 그랬어.
그건 아무래도
It would have been too gay.
그냥 해본 말이야. 되겠어?
Why is she like this?
너도 형이 걱정돼?
아니, 난 내가 걱정되는데.
Coffee finished.
왜?
걱정될 수도 있지. 넌
갑자기 선 긋네.
우리 사이라도 지켜야 할 선이 있지 않겠니?
Okay.
넌 너나 신경 써. 비 맞은 똥개처럼 처져 있지 말고.
I'm not making a sad puppy face.
비 맞은 똥개라니.
You could have been a fanboy too. This is a ruined fanboy.
갔을 때 정말 블러핑만 하디? 뜬구름만 잡아?
아예 상관없는 얘긴 안 했던 것 같아.
됐어. 거기까지. 더 심란해지고 싶진 않네.
Well, at least my mental health improved somehow. I'm losing my mind. Like, we could have two perfectly good fanboys, and one was ruined, and the other was also ruined, and I'm just like, ugh. I hate the music industry. It ruins perfectly good fanboys.
또 시작이네요.
Look at them. They're trying to ask Mask. Disgusting. I knew he didn't have a brain. But I didn't think he seriously asked other contestants to drop out.
아무래도
I guess he kind of figured he couldn't change the ranking.
그런 편이죠.
Of course not, there's a thing called momentum. Once you lose it, it's hard to regain it.
그땐
Some did during the preliminaries.
그거야.
Finals are different, it's all about the spirit. Once you gain the momentum, you rarely lose it. But if you do lose it, you won't get it back easily.
그래?
So how does it look for me? Still passed at Duyun's question. Still spoke slowly after examining Duyu for a moment. Average, but I think there's a small upward shift in momentum.
한마디로
Pretty stable compared to Hyeseong.
그럼
So are you saying there's no way Hyeseong would get his momentum back?
네.
Look what he's doing, his choices will lead him to self-destruction. He's practically asking the viewers to send him home.
이럴 줄은.
He won't get anything out of this audition if that continues. He said he had nothing to lose. I think he still does, although it would be over for him soon. What do you mean by he still does?
네.
I think he still has a slight possibility. Still shook his head. What do you think would happen if people found out about what he did? An ex-bully threatening other contestants to drop out. The things would get out of control for him. He should have just stayed quiet and waited for his chance.
혹시
If I try to persuade him again by telling this,
말도 안 돼요.
do you think he'd listen to you? He's not listening to anyone right now. He's obsessed with his own tactics.
사실은
To be honest, Hyeseong is the real beneficiary of Beastars. But he's been through the many difficult times.
그치만요.
Not because of the show. The show tried to back him up, but he brought them upon himself.
도윤이 형.
Think about how things were before his school violence was revealed. His rudeness had been glorified as charm, and his crudeness was edited out. Gideon couldn't help himself but to nod his head.
아시겠어요?
Right, only positive images of him were aired. Even how the show dealt with his past. They didn't know he had a criminal record back then.
있잖아.
When it comes to the past, the show was favorable towards Ina too.
아니요.
Ina, they didn't even talk about her past. You might think they are similar, but not talking about it is different from making it look positive. What's another name for ill-intentioned editing? Devilish editing, right? It was the other way around for Hyeseong. So I guess you can call that angelic editing. In the episodes about the contestants' past, Hyeseong's past was depicted almost positively. Oh, one could say it was embellished.
그럴지도.
The executives must be busy figuring out the amount of damages they will be held liable. Or is liable for. They are certainly responsible for this accident. They'll try their best to come up with some solution, but that won't be easy. I don't think they were able to agree on a single opinion or policy.
그거야.
I told you they were caught off guard. They are just busy trying to dodge bullets. Even the official accounts got mixed up.
아무래도요.
Even the official account used to be run under Seongyang's instruction. The command center is gone and everyone is lashing out at them right now. If they even have one slip of the tongue, it will only aggravate the situation. Do you think the staff member managing their account will be okay?
아,
Well, you're worried about a lot of people. Yeah, because a lot of human beings could be in bad positions because of this. Including us! We could be dying right now! He'll put his hand under his chin and pause for a moment. I think he's okay for now because everyone's so busy. Are you saying he'll be in trouble later?
네.
Yes, certainly. The person with the least power would have to take the most responsibility. It's just business.
너무 나갔어요.
He's trying to run the show now.
글쎄.
What's he going to talk about?
모르겠어요.
You're the one who just finished talking to him. What would I know?
그건
Good point. Dean scratched his head and still sighed.
혹시나
Wouldn't he talk about you?
어?
Me?
말하자면
The thing you mentioned earlier about dropping out of the show, you refused it, right? And now he wants to reveal what he knows as a way of taking revenge.
아니야.
No, I don't think so. Oof.
그렇다는 건
You shouldn't ask a question with a certain answer in your mind.
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Anyways, we can only guess as to what he's thinking. How would a normal person like us know what's in his clever brain? I just hope she doesn't cause some big trouble that we can't control. Will you call him clever considering how much you hate him? That's some pathetic logic.
그래?
You don't agree with him? Why
그렇다니까요.
would the person who spoke his past attack others as well?
그래도
As Sun Young said they'd do something to the person in the last place. That's as good as sniping at Haseong, no?
아니죠.
It seems just bait. There are too many details of others too, just to consider them as the byproduct of attacking Haseong. He'll continue while tilting his head. Killing the person in last place, that's vague. The descriptions of the panic attacks and scholarship issues were quite detailed.
어?
Do you think those rumors are true? God damn it!
모르겠어요.
Well, how could I know? Phil suddenly fell silent. What I'm sure of is that it's not just for attacking Haseong. It's so difficult to protect him in a positive way.
아니야.
He's not that bad, you'll see once you get to talk to him.
아니죠.
I don't think I will. Phil seemed adamant.
도윤이 형
This is why he's being rude to you.
아시겠어요?
The edits were so against you, you knew it, right? You were portrayed as a hungry hyena waiting for any chance. I saw the capture images of the show and people's response. If they had put in half the effort they made for him, no one would have made a fuss about it.
글쎄.
You don't know that.
아니요.
I told them countless times that all contestants must be treated equally.
그래.
I had.
정말요?
Well, I thought you were going to ask me if I was lying. He'll fiddle with the tip of his messenger bag.
서예서
That's young playing the victim right now. But he's only a beneficiary after all. All he does is whine when in fact he's been enjoying all the privileges.
도대체
Drop out of nowhere?
아마도
I think he's doing that because his ranking won't go up as he has expected.
문제는 그거야.
He just didn't know how much headwind he'd have to endure. Yu Young shook her head with a grim expression on her face.
아마
I guess he has his own plans.
그게
Some people have turned hostile towards him even on father.
그렇다고 해서
But he shouldn't force other people to drop out. The votes were made by viewers. Asking us to drop out can be seen as ignoring the viewers too. Yu Young frowned as if she was having a headache. Well, who am I kidding?
저기
You had your reasons. That's what you think. The agency announced the reason why I left the group on my behalf. They said I got tired of working in this business. How does that sound?
글쎄요.
That can't be the only reason.
그래.
You seem pretty certain.
그건
Nothing simple.
그치만
At the end of the day, that's the only reason. I barely got away by agreeing to keep my mouth shut. So Young Young left. Her agency made an announcement on behalf of her that she had lately felt strongly pessimistic. She released no comment herself. All of us endure many hardships since joining Beastars. It's selfish of him if he's blindly trying to get rid of us. He's probably doing that because he's agitated right now. If he sees us individually as he did with me earlier, he'll come back to his senses.
나도야.
I believe he will. I know how people act under stress and pressure. I just hope he comes back before things get more dangerous. Young's thought dropping out is a betrayal to everyone that has supported them. It's difficult to understand how he can threaten those he's gone through those tough time with. Oh, report event.
너도 컨셉이라고 생각해?
No. No, honey. Like, why would I think that?
S 승연이 한 얘기 계속 신경 쓰여요. 커피랑 공항이 상극인지 아닌지 전 몰라요.
Yeah, because again, the recommendation is don't drink fucking coffee if you're feeling anxious in the first place. If you're not feeling anxious, it's fine. I say that as a person who has panic attacks and just drank an entire cup of coffee. Egan rubbed her eyes for a moment.
맞아. 둘은 안 맞아. 치료할 때도 카페인은 끊으라고 해.
Okay, but your doctors are idiots. It's not like you're drinking, like, I don't know, a liter of coffee. Like a small cup of coffee is fine. And also, if you don't want to worry about the caffeine, just buy decaf. You can buy decaf. Decaf coffee exists. For the record, tea is also caffeinated. Tea also has caffeine. Arguably, depending on the type of coffee you're drinking, some tea has more caffeine than coffee. Like green tea has a lot of caffeine. Not the same as a cup of coffee, if you're, getting an espresso. But green tea has the most caffeine of any tea. I'm not even joking about that. I have done my research on this shit. I'm losing my mind. This entire thing with the coffee is so stupid. Like, there's so many ways that you can justify drinking coffee. It's like, you're not drinking it when you're not stressed. You're not drinking it in situations that would cause stress. You could be drinking decaf. I hate it. It's the dumbest, plot point in this entire story at this point. It is the stupidest plot point.
이젠 어떤 생각이 들어?
I think that you're a completely normal person who happens to have anxiety issues. I think that everybody's a fucking idiot. And you're a fucking idiot for worrying about that. Because all that you have to do is say, I drink decaf, you fucking idiot.
그런 거라면
Everybody's so stupid, I'm losing my mind. I'm going to become the Joker.
왜 하신 거예요? 의사도 끊으라는 걸.
She could be drinking decaf!
호전됐으니까. 베스타 참가 전에는 거의 떨쳐낸 상태였으니까.
Honey, I hate to break this to you, but if you have an anxiety problem, you're gonna have an anxiety problem for almost the rest of your life. You might be able to leave, stop taking medication, but if you have depression, chances are you're gonna get depression at some point later again. If you have anxiety issues, you will get into a position at some point in your life where you will have anxiety again, and you will have to go back to your meds. You're not gonna quote-unquote recover, it's for life, because your body is fucked, because that's just how it is. You can spend decades without having to take a medication for it. But bad news, you might have to go back on it at some point, because that's usually how it works for those kind of disorders. But it doesn't matter, you can just drink decaf if it's that bad. You can still drink normal coffee. This is so stupid! I'm losing my mind! I hate this. I hate this so much. I hope that you're enjoying my suffering because I'm suffering. You can look Duyan straight in the eyes.
그래도 바리스타까진.
Yeah, and she didn't have to be drinking the merchandise, you idiot! Why do you keep bringing the barista thing?
엄마 가게였어.
Okay, doubly so! You were working for your mom? You definitely weren't fucking drinking the merchandise. Well, you might have, but you go through your mom first, and your mom probably knows your health issues.
집안일이었던 거네요?
작은 카페. 아르바이트 구할 형편도 아니었거든. 도와주겠다니까 얼마나 기뻐하셨는지 몰라. 상태 정말 나빴을 땐 집에 틀어박혀서 아무것도 못했으니까.
Yeah, that also sounds like depression, honey.
기쁘셨겠죠. 일손을 돕는다는 건 괜찮아지고 있다는 증거니까.
나야말로 가족들 덕분에 일어설 수 있었어. 세상이 다 몰아붙일 때도 가족은 내 편이었으니까. 아무것도 묻지 않고 그저 기다려줬어.
Nothing like a family that actually supports you.
언젠가부터 조금씩 커피를 다시 마시기 시작했어. 조절해가면서.
Again, you could have just been drinking decaf. Decaf coffee is a thing that exists. There's a lot of varieties of it. You could have been drinking decaf.
진짜로 괜찮아졌다는 실감이 났지.
God, I'm going to slap whoever wrote this entire thing.
그래서 여기 데스타에도 올 수 있었던 거고.
She embraced herself with one arm as if leaning against it.
공황 한 번 생기면 영원히 나락에 떨어지는 게 아니야.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm starting to wonder if this is like incorrectly translated, because yeah, some of the things she describes as panic attacks and anxiety make sense, but like some of it sounds like depression. Like some of it just sounds like an anxiety and depression like mix, which is very common, and a lot of anxiety medication is just antidepressants. Like, because most antidepressants are not actually quote-unquote antidepressants, there's mood stabilizers. They're there to stabilize your mood. They don't fix your depression, they fix your mood. That allows you to work out the depression part. So, if she's on mood stabilizers, that would make perfect sense. Some mood stabilizers do make you sleepy, which is a thing that she mentioned, or that the game mentioned. So that would make the most sense. But then, why don't you take them before, like, doing your stuff, considering that you're, like, supposed to take them every day? That's how mood stabilizers work. Like, you just taking normal like calming medication? Like, are you taking like Prozac or something? Because like that doesn't. I know the writers are Korean. I know that Asia has problems with mental health, like services and shit. I'm losing my mind. There's so many things wrong here. I need to talk to someone who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about.
잊혀진 것만 같다가 다시 나오기도 해.
Yeah, honey, that's what they put you in fucking mood stabilizers, so that doesn't happen. That's the point of fucking putting someone on fucking mood stabilizers that you have to take every day. So they don't come and go, and you feel fine for the most part. I'm going to become the Joker.
나름 공생할 수 있게 됐다고 생각했었어. 베스타에서는 피할 수가 없었지만.
Whoa, maybe that wouldn't have happened if you had a proper, like, mental health professional that had given you a good medication for your problem, because obviously the one that you're taking is not the right one. God.
발작할 때까지 몰아붙일 거라곤 상상 못했으니까.
When they're not being stupid, it's the plot being stupid. I'm losing my mind.
작정하고 한 일이었죠. 너무 심했다고요.
A faint smile was seen on her pale face.
그런데 그때부터 순위가 상승세를 타더라. 희한한 세상이지. 극복담을 좋아하면서도 누군가 멀쩡하게 딛고 서면 고가워해. 극복담은 픽션에서나 환영받는 얘기일지도 몰라.
Oh no, honey, people hate female protagonists in fiction too. Don't go to Twitter, you'll be disappointed.
가족 일을 도우면서 나아졌을 뿐인데 그런 평범한 얘긴데.
영희 누나.
컨셉질이라고 의심할 만한 데가 충분하다. 이렇게 요약되고 마는 거야.
Family care. Ying work as a barista at her mom's cafe with her family's sincere and care for appropriate medical treatment. I wouldn't call it appropriate. She could regain her strength. Ying work as a barista in her mother's cafe. Okay. Okay, enough to enjoy some coffee. Again! It's not that bad. I'm going to become the Joker.
아마
He must be thinking this is the end.
맞아요.
He certainly seemed desperate. It's a serious situation for everyone. As Young's feeble-minded. Young stared at Duyin for a second. You know a lot about Young?
아무래도
Not really, it's just that he tends to talk to me more often.
그런가?
Huh? Do you look like a good listener?
저기
I don't think so. Well, when you had long hair, you look like a femboy, and a femboy is always a good listener. Unless he's a dick.
그러니까
Not at all. That was fast. I'm just jealous. He was desperate, but you've embraced him as what he is. What he was, rather.
아시잖아요.
I do the same with you.
아니야.
I wasn't saying I needed your attention.
어?
Still, you shouldn't feel discouraged.
아니에요.
No, I barely held it. You can smile weakly. I hope he comes back to his senses for your sake.
근데
Do you think Xiang Yang was capable of doing that?
아니요.
In my opinion, no.
나도야.
Same here. The two put their heads together and nodded.
그건 그렇지만
She might have given away something if Hesiang insisted on getting some info, but I don't think it was anything significant.
아무래도
Considering the characters, that sounds about right.
그렇지.
And he must be protesting with that information in his hand. He should realize it's a waste of time. He'll eventually come to a realization. I'm just hoping it won't be too late for him.
어,
Yeah, it's too dangerous in there. Egan stared at the other side of the door. A long sigh came out of her mouth. He's so reckless, I wonder what he's up to. Whether he made a mistake or not, he shouldn't argue in here.
네.
Yeah, it's dangerous. My sanity is getting better. In the lore. Right, we'll talk about it after we get out of here first. We are not to judge anyone now.
그나마
That's like the only good news we've gotten so far.
결국
After all, WBS had to take the responsibility regardless of what father users were saying. Well, WBS has to be conscious of these viewers. Do you think we'll be receiving an insurance settlement? Egan covered her mouth with her long hair. Her eyes were on her feet as if she was lost in other thoughts.
만약에
It will be compensated. Honestly, I want to stay in the finals. We came this far while sacrificing so many things. We won't be able to have some of those ever again. You get one, you lose one. I just want this to continue, somehow. Though it can never be the same like before. Egan stared into space as if she was looking at something precious.
어?
Do you mean the beginning of Beastars, or even before Beastars? I don't know why though.
그때
I'm talking about the time when me and my team members were enduring hardships to gain more popularity and achieve our dream. We're achieving our goals one at a time. I want to become a trainee at least. I want to receive a song from a composer. I want to write lyrics. I want to have a proper practice room, and I want to go up on a stage.
어?
You achieve all of those goals then?
어,
It was a dream come true, and I couldn't believe it. We never made it to the top, but we thought we would make it one day. With all of your members.
맞아.
We went through all those times together from the beginning. She wanted to enjoy popularity together with her team members who had stuck with her through difficult times. I guess you've been through those times too. Dean quietly nodded. I came too far to turn back now.
어,
Right, there's no going back. What if I could at least continue from this point on? Wishful thoughts. If the rumors about compensations for father becomes a reality, Egan hopes for another opportunity to perform on stage rather than receiving money.
그런데
What do you think he's going to talk about?
글쎄요.
Well, I'm more worried about him being agitated.
그게
Do you think it's because of father? If he only looks at his own timeline, he might think more people are supporting him. Really? Nobody supports me on my timeline. Even covered her mouth as if she made a mistake.
그래도
Still, more people were cheering me on until the finals began.
그렇구나.
I wasn't thinking. There were times when I felt like talking about anything. I wanted to tell my story regardless of how people might respond.
그렇지.
I can understand that. Hesian sometimes overdid himself, hoping to garner a positive response. What's he doing right now is similar, though it's more serious this time.
근데
I don't think Hesian has much to say. He might ask us to drop it openly or reveal the info he claims to have. I hope not.
나도야.
Me too. If he gets obsessed with how people are responding, he'll just be digging himself a deeper hole. Ink suggested what Hesian wouldn't announce. He could openly demand that other contestants keep up, or he might disclose some secrets to apply pressure. God, we keep getting cards and no keywords. The person Hesian mentioned, in your opinion, what are the odds of them being as young?
글쎄요.
He must have thought the odds are high, but I'm not so sure. Egan nodded while meeting Duyun's eyes. Egan raised her pale hand and gently stroked her chin. He thought he was being targeted because I said something about the person in last place. But all the contestants were attacked. People tend to become short-sighted under severe stress.
아마도
That's true, although his thoughts revolve around himself even when he's not confused.
Oh?
That's pretty cold. It's pretty true.
그게
Well, we talk a lot. It's weird seeing how he's never mean to you like he is to everyone else.
아니에요.
That's not really true. Egan tilted her head while tossing her hair back.
그런가?
Well, you did fail when you went to talk to him.
네.
Ow. I'm just worried he might take him still deeper into the mud if this continues. He's knee deep in the mud already. We shouldn't give Seung Young any further chances to act up.
그건
It bothered me,
그렇지만-
but it was clearly not the case once we made it to the finals.
그래요.
All the favoritism towards him had disappeared.
그러니까
I thought Hesian would be infuriated, but he remained quiet. Is it because he had a criminal record? She was the most influential decision maker, he was told to me, said. I mean, I would believe that he was just obeying her.
아무래도
He was fond of Seung Young. He probably remained quiet because she could have made that decision.
그렇구나.
I guess you can see it that way. He really was fond of Seung Young. Yeah, they were definitely sleeping together. I keep insisting this, and when the game reveals it, I'm just gonna be like, see what I mean? Egan frowned and rolled her eyes. There was a short silence between the two.
그러고 보니
Even earlier, he stopped using father for some time.
맞아요.
Started to go at it again. He had been quiet ever since until Seung Young began to impersonate Seung Young.
그래서
Now he's exploding with anger.
역시
That's what infuriates him the most. As Seung Young insulted Seung Young, Yu Young nodded at her own remark. She paused for some time but shook her head. Maybe I went too far with that thought. I feel like throwing up.
괜찮아요?
Young, don't overindulge yourself. It was momentary and fine. At this point, his Young's getting worse. There we have a reaction keyword, finally. When from using father after posting a comment about his survival, his Young was nearly gone crazy after Seung Young appeared pretending to be the producer. Took a while.
안 되는데.
I hope he'll change his mind.
아무래도
When I saw him earlier, it seemed as if he might have given up all. Does he know that his actions are pointless? It was like he was feeling the compulsive need to gain attention. Young bit on her thumbnail. Her patched lip moved at the tip of her fingernail.
그게
Maybe he's having a panic attack. There are various types of attention. I'm sure he'll come back to his senses if we persuade him by taking turns.
그렇지.
Of course, it's dangerous for him to be staying there alone. I hope he doesn't talk about things like aces or secrets. I'm not sure if he knows anything though. That's not important right now. Egan looked towards Duyun. Her eyes look hollow.
문제는 그거야.
The problem is that how insulting they are. Living and doing insults between what's real or fake. If somebody stabs us in the middle of that wound, someone else might have to shed blood. That makes no sense. But I guess I get it.
결국
It's the situation that we are in that makes me want to believe what I want to believe. Like how there might be some compensation or how the show might continue.
아니에요.
It's not your fault, we all need something to rely on. Young smiled weakly. Dion tried to smile back, but didn't know what to make of his face. It feels like I'm relying on luck. It's already a miracle that we're standing alive at the collapse site.
그거야.
We might as well pray for another miracle.
어?
That was a good one.
저기
I'm flattered. My mental health is better. Thank the Lord. Dion answered a bit too politely, perplexed by her compliment. Young smirked and squinted. I just wish they would side with me like you're doing. What are you talking about?
아니야.
No one in particular. I was just thinking about a certain point in my life.
아무래도
I don't think he'll expose anything significant. He didn't tell me anything when I asked him earlier.
그건
He was either trying to hold on to it or he knew it wasn't anything significant. You think it's the latter, the latter then? I can read. The latter, right? He's actually not the type to take what really matters.
그래요.
That makes sense now that I think about it.
왜일까?
Wonder why he's acting all mean when he doesn't have to. Young stared at the other side of the door with a worried look on her face. Young couldn't tell if she was worried about the announcement or Ha-seong.
글쎄요.
At this point, the response won't be positive. I thought he would reconsider his plan before carrying it out.
난
To be honest, I'm not sure if I could suppress it while talking to him. We would need to persuade him before you go there. You went to see him, so let's not think too deeply about it for now. After pondering for a moment, Yu Young raised her head.
그래.
Okay. I'm hoping Yu will talk him out of it. We're back with you.
서혜성.
Passing nip at all kinds of trivial things. You read on about Yu making out of you in the past, calling it unfair. The same thing happened when Hyuk's family history was exposed. Unfair.
그렇죠.
He insists that he should be disqualified for having strings to pull. I was already in a band, so does that make me?
아닌데요.
He didn't care about you since your band wasn't that popular.
그게
Damn, can't deny that.
말도 안 돼요.
It's funny he would do that. He's the one who should be disqualified for his criminal record. Everyone who made it out of preliminaries had their own stories. If they have nothing to hide, there's nothing wrong with revealing their past, but I'm sure Ha-seong wanted to hide his. Everyone's too sensitive about privacy. Would I be harsh for saying they have too many demands? One's conscience and attitude about the matter is an irrelevant thing. It's just the best way to get attention. I guess.
그거 있잖아.
Everyone wants their privacy to be respected. Whether he's confident about it or not depends on his standard. Now that you mention it, everyone, huh?
그치만요.
The contestants who made it to the finals of Beastars, can you consider them everyone? Everyone should include an ordinary person like me, right? Arguably, yeah. I'm not saying... why are you... See, this is why I mean that I think that he's a stalker. This is why I think that he's in a stalker. Like, that stalker talk. Like, oh, my privacy should be respected too, right? Yes, why are you being weird about it? Weirdo? Still clenched his messenger bag. There's something you should know. A person with talent shines.
그리고
When someone shines, it casts a shadow.
있잖아.
That shadow is...
그 말은
is the attention from the outside regardless of its effects on the contestants. Sometimes it could be jealousy. A quiet and peaceful life, you need to give that up. You cannot avoid unwanted attention. If you really don't want it, all you have to do is just do nothing.
아시겠어요?
If not, you'll just have to keep on selling your stories. No matter how others receive it, you'll just have to live with it.
말도 안 돼요.
You want to protect your true self? That's talking high and mighty. There are so many people that are willing to give up everything to get popular. There are desperate people everywhere. Desperate people. Unfair, excessive, hurtful. You've been given a chance at least. Still believe that people with extraordinary talents cannot live peaceful lives and that's the dark side of talent. I mean, part of it also happens because we live in an era when you have to just sell yourself instead of just sell your talent, but
그러면
I guess we're not talking about the cultural social ramifications of parasocial relationships because we're being really stupid and the writing is stupid. He could be doing that out of desperation though.
그렇다니까요.
The thing is, he has no musical talent. That's why he's ignoring the sufferings of others and complaining. So criticize him for complaining too much whenever another contestant gain even a bit of advantage without fully considering the circumstances. I am not in the position to talk about that.
아마도
Sion isn't the only one who's hoping for something to happen.
그거야.
This show has been making mistakes. I'm sure all of you have different thoughts in mind. I hope they make confirmation.
근데 그게
It's already a mess. It's difficult for them to promise anything. Still hesitated while checking Duyun's facial expression. Tell's shoulders slouched when their eyes met.
도윤이 형.
You must be confused too. You were in a difficult situation when you joined V-Stars. What's your personal take? Do you think the show will continue? Are you hoping for it to continue? I mean, I don't even know what this guy would like. Let's go. Let's go. I hope for it, and then I get fucked. If I get fucked, it'd be like that.
아무래도
I kinda do. Like you said, I was in a difficult situation when I joined the show. I believe that he liked that. I admire your honesty, although I can't tell you about what's going to happen.
근데 그게
So, how far is your story true? Duyun looked confused and Seo carefully chose his words.
사실은
I heard you didn't know about Masquerade applying for the show. Oh, that.
맞아.
You're right. Woo-suk filled out the application.
그런
Woo-suk, the new vocalist? Did he apply for the show without telling other members?
그랬었지.
Look at him! He's a perfectly good fanboy! And they make him cut his hair! I hate that. Ruin a perfectly good fanboy. He informed us after the beginning date of the preliminaries was fixed. Half of the team wanted to go for it, while the other half didn't. What about you?
나는
I didn't want to do it, at first. Duyun unknowingly bit his lip. The members were on the verge of getting kicked out of the band, who were on the verge of getting kicked out of the band were on my side. The other members who wanted to must have sided with the vocalist then. It was that bad, huh?
그랬지.
The whole team had been discouraged when our record deal went astray. Woo-suk thought my objection was the biggest reason for ruining the deal.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
He must have felt offended since he was the one who put all the effort into making the deal. That taught me a different way of seeing things.
혹시
I thought maybe participating in the show could put us back together. We all came to be stars together after persuading other members. Okay, the members of the vocalist side notified the other members about joining the audition. Duyun thought it would be as an opportunity to reunite the band, which is why he persuaded the others to prepare for the preliminaries. Okay, same as before. But in the end, the band failed to make it into the finals. Sun took a deep breath. Who spoke after a brief pause.
그렇죠.
V-Stars got high ratings. They made an issue out of the incident. As long as you can keep the fire going, you can't blame other people for being hurtful about it.
그렇다는 건
Are you saying it's possible for the show to continue?
불확실해요.
I can't guarantee it. I'm just saying there's a possibility based on my experience. Till's gaze turned to the judges section where Seongyung's was located. Although we have this serious incident at hand. Public opinion. Okay, highest ratings ever when people interested in the show after this incident. That's... I hate reality shows.
도윤이 형.
Are you excited or worried?
아무래도
I'm worried, of course. I wonder what he's up to. Oh, yeah, I'm right excited. What? Excited about what?
그거야.
The level of expectation and excitement is the highest up until something is revealed. But once it's announced, the disappointment begins. Ciel pulled out his backstrap. He was smiling, but his eyes were glaring. I'm really excited about his unstoppable downfall.
알잖아.
We need to stop him before that happens.
왜요?
Why? He's in his own grave. We might as well take this opportunity to get rid of him and start all over. Unless he comes back to his senses before it happens, which is very unlikely. Why are you such a dick? God, he's such a dick.
Yeah.
I am astounded at Hesiod's imagination. He's going too far with this.
내 말이.
Way too far.
대체
What the hell is he up to? Ina licked her parched lips and raised her eyebrows above her blue eyes.
뭐?
So if he exposes our secrets, do we have to fall on our knees and be at his mercy? He should have just pretended to give in and come out with you guys.
아니었어.
He didn't seem all that confident.
그럴지도.
He might give up if we keep talking to him.
야,
I'm just not sure if we're mentally and physically fit for that. It's not like we have all the time in the world, you know?
볼 것도 없어.
We should just break into the dressing room and drag him out of there.
그러면
We could aggravate him if we did that. Hyuk went to see him, so let's wait and see. I guess Hyuk is the only one we can count on right now. Not really, he's also as soft as butter.
내 참.
Well, it's nothing new, right?
그랬지.
That's true, generally speaking.
진짜.
I'm used to it. Ina, you've experienced it before, right? Ina frowned and closed her eyes. After frantically scratching her short hair, Ina opened her eyes and began to let it out.
들어봐봐.
He backstabbed me during the team mission. How was I supposed to keep my cool when I got personally insulted by someone on the same team?
그땐
Even looking back now, it was all his fault.
당연하지.
Of course it was. Do you know how cheap he is?
그렇잖아.
He didn't care how he treated me because he thought it would work because of my character. He knew that the editing team was on his side. What a genius, huh?
그랬지.
And that's what really happened.
내 말이.
That was a decisive blow. I was so pissed off. Thanks to the editing team, I became the bully. I was reborn as the biggest snob in the world.
한도윤.
Am I that bad?
아니,
No, your character has been exaggerated.
알겠어.
I know I have the quality to fit the character. I even agreed to play the character, but making me the bully, that was plain wrong. Uh-huh. She's actually confident from arrogant. Makes sense. I wonder what he's up to. I have no clue. I'm sick of hearing him going on about how he's going all the way. Excessive control. He hasn't often said he would stop at nothing. He always tried to check and exclude his teammates. God, woman, how many more conversations do you want to give me?
하여튼
Less people, and yet we're getting so many conversations. It's like an option that follows him around. Well, I guess it could be a strategy for making himself look good, but that's not the issue here. It won't make him an assistant producer, you know?
내 참.
I hate it when he puts us into his categories and lashes out at us.
그랬었지.
It was worse towards the contestants with lower ranking.
그렇잖아.
I thought his dad was the CEO of WBS or something. I wonder why he's been doing that when he has nothing to show for himself. Ina crossed her arms and shook her head. Her short hair looked more disheveled than usual.
어쨌든
He always acted cute in front of the judges, although I don't think they bought it.
그건
He was lazy about practice.
내 말이.
Exactly, instead of acting cute in front of the judges, he should have practiced more.
아니야?
It's not like we get points for flattery.
말하자면
He's a he's a cuck style, what? Ina snorted as Zuyun looked at her questioningly.
정리하면
He's a kiss up, kick down guy, you know? Oh. So that's what she meant. I thought that she was implying that he got cucked. That's the way that's the way of his life. That's why nobody likes him in the show. But this came out in like 2010 something, like 2014. So cuck wasn't in as much use as it is right now. Kiss up, kick down. He looked at the other staff member of the contestants who were ranking below him. What man? Stop giving me conversations.
Yeah.
Compensation, huh? I like the sound of it. Right, compensation. Ina emphasized the compensation part. She stared at Duyun after repeating the word a few more times. The official account is making mistakes, WBS is up to God knows what, and Seongyun is... Can we just get a little help?
저기
He didn't say anything.
뭐,
Your eyes told me that I was pathetic.
어?
Were you able to read them?
진짜야?
Did I get it right?
아니야.
Of course not. Why are you like this?
야,
That was so stupid. Maybe I got it wrong. Ina twisted her short hair with one of her fingers. They appeared to be exchanging jokes, but nobody laughed.
그래.
I guess people who saw them mention about compensation must have different expectations, although it's not even official. Why is everybody so stupid?
그래도
Like you said, even a little hope would be nice.
전혀?
I changed my mind. As saying goes, with high expectations come great disappointment. Make up your mind.
그거는
Well, considering the current situation, that should be understandable. Oh god, appointment.
관심 골라가며 받을 순 없겠지.
자주 듣던 말이네.
매번 익숙해지질 않으니까.
S 승연이 과거 얘기한 것 때문이야?
새삼스럽긴 하지. 과거 왜 안 푸냐 그런 얘기.
Ina waved her hand in the air.
참가 신청할 때도 대충 상상은 했어. 혹시 뜨면 어떡하지? 나 아직 준비 안 됐는데. 그런 거. 진짜 본선까지 올 줄은 전혀 몰랐지만 경험은 언제나 상상을 뛰어넘는 거였고
상상 그대로였어도 직접 느끼면 달랐을 거야.
넌 무대 서본 적 있잖아. 밴드 때. 경험 있으면 그래도 좀 낫지?
마스컬레이드 그렇게 팬이 많진 않았어.
Sorry for those drinking sounds. I have to hydrate.
개인 팬들 꽤 되지 않아? 내가 들은 게 있는데.
나만 무대 경험이 있는 것도 아니잖아. 너희 크루 공연도 부산에서 먹어주지 않았어?
부산 오뎅이냐? 먹어주게.
Ina put on a bitter smile.
뭐랄까 참 애매해.
Oh, she almost looked. It's like she kind of looks cute here. Why did they have to make her blonde though? Why?
개인적인 부분도 다 틀어주는 것 같잖아. 기본적으로는 편집한 장면들이 나가는 건데.
의도에 맞게 붙이면 딴 사람처럼 나갈 수도 있고. 나머진 본인 능력인지도 모르겠어. 금방 미천 드러나기도 하고 궁금증을 더 키우기도 하니까.
난 좀 안이하게 생각하기도 했었어. 누가 날 이렇게나 궁금해할 줄 몰랐거든.
Ina shook her head.
보이는 것 이상을 알고 싶어 하지.
무대 위에 있는 모습만으로는 안 되나? 솔직히 나도 옛날에 그렇게 안 됐지만
알면서 참가한 거 아니냐면 할 말은 별로 없어.
굳이 따지면 이 정도일 줄은 몰랐는데? 정도?
Ina put her hands together on her chest.
누구한테나 비밀은 있잖아. 대단한 거 아니래도 뭐 딱히 남한테 보이기 싫은 거. 저 구석탱이에 하나쯤 숨겨두면 안 되는 건가?
Ina pulled on her earlobe after a brief silence.
오디션판에서 배가 불러 쫙 째지는 소리였지?
우리끼리 생각을 말한 것뿐이니까.
그래, 뭐 잊지 말란다.
In wanted attention, he knew that no one in the show could avoid unwanted attention. Nevertheless, he expressed that the contestant also needed a break from the public eye. I mean, that's common sense. Expressions of feelings. don't understand why her stage performances are enough for some people. I mean, again, parasocial relationships.
진짜
What is he, a one-man media show? He's having all the fun by himself.
대체
What do you think he's up to?
됐어.
How would I know what he's going on in the futuristic brain of his? I just hope he doesn't make things any more serious than they already are. Ina glared at her side as if she were standing next to Hyeseong and came back to Doyoon.
Oh?
What? You had nothing? Are you even listening? Anyhow, he was treating it like his business food.
맞아.
Fun, rather. Why did I read it that like that? It sure is. He has to hide it to make it look bigger. What? Ina snorted, but her eyes were quivering.
혹시
What the hell is he up to if he so much as... So much as what?
아니야.
No, let's just beat the crap out of him and drag his ass out of there.
만약에
It looks fine now, but it's dangerous in there. We must consider various methods. Right, put some duct tape on his mouth, or his fingers, or whatever. Damn, girl! Keep the bondage for another situation, please. I think he's just making a wild guess.
어때?
What do you think?
그럴싸해.
I don't like Hyeseong, but I think he's got a point. You know, the thing they said about the person in the last place dying?
아니야.
Who's in last place right now? Hyeseong, right? And it looked like she was asking for consent. She took a step back when the silence continued.
뭐야 진짜?
What is this evaluation? I thought you were asking for my opinion. What are you, a judge now? No, that's not.
아니, 그럴까?
They're the one who exposed Hyeseong before. Wouldn't they try to attack him only? To be honest, Seung-young talked about all of us.
야,
Even then, they exposed him with an anonymous account and disappeared. It's not unusual. It's not unusual, but it's similar to now. It's not. That also is weird. Okay, this sentence is also kind of weird. Similar to now. Okay.
글쎄.
Well, I'm not so sure.
그래도
Aside from that, I think he was too hasty. He'll say no whether it's true or not. It'll only provide reasons for the spectators. He's always hasty. Oh my god, keep giving me clue keywords, please. I need the actual keywords. Hanging behind an anonymous fan account. Okay. I keep giving me clues. Talking about how I was favored by the editing team and all.
아니야?
Xion was the true prince of Beastars. They removed anything negative and only showed the good parts.
아니었어.
But that has stopped ever since the exposure of his violent past.
야,
But he had everything worked out But he had everything worked out for up until that point.
한도윤.
That I feel like you could have reworded that sentence in a better way. You once fell victim to their magical editing, so you should know better. Do you not ugly rub his mouth? Ina clicked her tongue with a disapproving look on her face.
내 참.
You are as soft as butter despite your devilish eyes. I like butter. Yeah, butter is creamy and forget it!
그렇잖아?
He was on a roll in the beginning thanks to the favorable editing. Everyone knows that.
그거 있잖아.
But you were also one of those contestants who were able to keep their past. You're so stupid. Ina raised the corner of her mouth and frowned. She uncrossed her arms and shook her hand.
어이,
If you're
진짜.
going to talk about my past, just go away. Shoo! I'm a mosquito now? You certainly sound like one. Shoo! Okay, I'm sorry. Think about how he had been receiving all the benefits.
말하자면
Higgin was right all along. People gave me their votes so I can make it to the next stage.
완전 아니야?
It's one thing to drop out of the show voluntarily, but he can't make me quit with some ridiculous gimmick.
아무래도
Nobody's going to agree. He's being unreasonable. Ina crossed her arms and snorted. She was staring off somewhere in the distance behind Doyoon.
그렇잖아?
It's funny I would say this, but technically the contestants are supposed to be comrades, right? We've been through thick and thin, whether we like it or not.
그렇지?
I don't think it would have lasted if there was only one competition. If there was only competition. Hyeseong was always all out on competing mode. I guess he can accept the current situation. Both of them stared at the door at the far end of the stage. No answer came out from the locked door. Wake up, please. Look at the mess we're in right now. I'm just afraid something might happen. And it's gonna happen, probably.
그게
Do you think they might continue with the show? I don't know, but I know how he feels now.
알겠어.
You aren't the only one. I know what it feels like too. Ina looked down at her feet quietly. Duyun spoke first after staring at Ina for a moment.
저기
What are you thinking about?
어?
Huh, me?
그게
I just thought we'd come a long way.
그래.
Yeah, but we knew it was going to be a long way. But it was different from what I imagined.
맞아.
I agree. Yay, my sanity! I'm not sure if there's going to be a next episode.
그래.
They're talking about compensation or whatever, but this public opinion might not even last. We have no clue as to what's going on out there since we're stuck in this hellhole. Where do you think we're going?
아니야?
What can he possibly have, huh? I could tell he was bluffing when he made a fuss about making that announcement.
결국
That would damage him too eventually.
어?
Something comes to mind? I knew you'd know something. Ina turned her head and asked while glancing at Duyun. It looked like she wanted Duyun to confirm that there wouldn't be anything serious.
글쎄.
Nothing I can think of. Of course.
그래도
But he must have something to be acting that way, right?
야,
Hey, make up your mind. Did he look like he had something up his sleeve, or is he just bluffing? Need to have something to... I think she would prefer if I said that he was bluffing.
그게
To be honest, he didn't seem to have anything on him. Maybe he's just bluffing about the whole thing.
그런 거야?
Right, why didn't you say so from the beginning? You got me all confused. You should take a firm stand like that from now on.
그래?
Was I that capricious?
그렇다니까.
Yeah, you were like a reed trembling in the wind. I see. Ina didn't look nervous anymore. Ina groaned and stared at Duyun again.
정리하면
He's just trying to gain attention. He's just pretending to know about something when in fact he doesn't.
아무래도
He has to do something to live up to the high expectations. He's probably digging his own grave. I just hope he won't drag us down with him. If that happens, I won't be able to stop myself from kicking him. Totally was comments on father while he was just doing anything to show off himself to get people's attention. Okay.
말이 돼?
It was ridiculous.
맞아.
I thought Halcyon would receive some damage.
내 말이.
I know, stabbing a teammate in the back during the team mission.
그랬었지.
I think everyone was clueless there. Ina rubbed her head and scratched the back of her head. Duyun couldn't read her facial expression since her hair was hiding her face. Fake. How could he say that to someone's face?
혹시
Did you ask him why he said it?
당연하지.
Of course, I was going to kick you in the ass if he said some bullshit.
그래?
What was his answer? He said he called me fake because I was fake. What up? Did you kick him in the ass?
어?
So did you kick his ass?
그거는
I tried, but he dodged quickly. I don't think he really knows the meaning of team since he dropped out of school.
그래도
I'm glad it didn't lead to a bigger fight though.
어쨌든
Come on, I could knock him down if I really wanted. Ina raised her forearm. The sweat on her arm muscle glittered. But I didn't because I didn't want to kill anybody.
그렇다니까.
That is very suspicious that you put it like that, girl. I realized I had made the right choice when I watched the show on TV. They made it look like I was the one who started it,
그랬지.
but in fact it was the other way around. Ina bit her lower lip, but soon regained her composure and let out a sigh.
그거는
I guess that's because this is a role I must play. There's no big character fabricated by the show. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? You shouldn't let it get to you.
왜?
Why? Do I look like a puppet to you? Ina drew her eyebrows together.
그거야.
You sound like you're in despair.
아니거든.
I don't think so. Aside from rare occasions, I like the characters.
그래?
even if they play with the editing and made it look like you started it. Hey, you're still top 5 even after you were portrayed as a betrayer who backstabbed the other band members. I think I'll be fine. Duyun could only scratch the back of his head at Ina's remark. I don't mind being someone else. I can't change myself if I get picky.
괜찮아?
You don't mind becoming someone other than yourself. Ina closed her mouth and fell silent for a moment.
그래.
I don't. I'll play what's expected of me if that's what it takes. Huh? She's playing a character assigned by the show. She seems fairly content with her different depiction. Weird, but okay. Whatever you say, girl. Do you get it? I want to become a completely different person. There are other ways to do that, sweetie. In the team mission, Hension irritated his teammate Ina by calling her a fake. The scene was edited, though, to portray Hension as a victim when in fact he was the one who verbally offended her. He acted like one of them spoiled brats. He was so swell-headed that I almost vowed every time I saw him.
그래.
I think he has his own standard.
완전 아니야.
Who knows? And I don't want to know. So I guess Mr. Duyun was able to pass his criteria, huh?
그렇잖아.
He's not as cocky when he's with you as when he's with us, right?
그거야.
I think it's a bit different. Ina nudged Duyun on the side while he was thinking about something. Whoa,
한도윤.
I'm so jealous of you.
그거지.
A man recognized with a young master. Stop it. You're ruining my sanity.
Oh?
Whoa, don't look so discouraged. I sincerely apologize. Are you okay now? Well, that was completely useless. Okay, I forgive you.
Yeah.
That was quick. Anyhow, he was just too much.
애매한데.
Now that I think about it, I'm confused again.
그래?
Do you think S. Young is a different person now? To be honest, I wasn't even that sure earlier. Ina grumbled and folded her arms behind her back. It feels like I'm manipulated by what Hye-seong said, and it feels terrible.
그건
I wouldn't call it manipulation.
내 참.
What do you know about the delicate emotion of a lady? I don't know about your delicate emotions, but I know you're not a lady. Look at you clinging on to minor things. Well, good for you with your broad view.
Yeah.
Gosh, you're such a weirdo.
Huh?
When is this going to stop?
그거는
Until I feel better. Ina was chattering away, but there was a somber look on her face. Duyun also felt awkward and took a step back. I feel like crap thanks to what Seung-young said.
그래도
Still, I don't feel like going toe-to-toe with them like Hye-seong did.
그럴지도.
You might not look like an accident survivor.
그래.
Yeah, I should be all quiet and miserable. So that people would pity me and turn a blind eye to their misgivings towards me. Like what I've been doing so far. I have no one to fight for me. Well, that's depressing. Back to you people because I get so many fucking blue cards.
그때
It wasn't easy to hold Ina back.
맞아요.
It was ridiculous seeing how he was attacking the same team.
그럴까?
Did he see her as an obstacle? Strangely, it didn't become a major issue though. He was on a roll, everything worked out for him, including the editing. Ina shrugged her shoulders when she caught Yu Young's eyes from the other side. She was sticking out her chin as if she was saying, "What's wrong with him?" He said the same thing back then, that he'd go all the way.
아마도
I thought he was being figurative, when in fact he was being as literal as he could be.
그러니까
Ina felt really hurt. I'm sure she was caught off guard since they were on the team mission.
그때
Considering the context of the time, just appealing to his strengths would have been enough. It's just that there were invisible issues before that time.
물론이야.
It's true he discriminated people by putting them into categories.
아무래도
Yeah, anybody could tell.
그때
It was in the order of the production executives, producer, and judges. I told him to go easy, but he wouldn't listen to me.
나도야.
I also had a talk with him about that. Yu-young tilted her head as if she was trying to recall the talk she had with Hye-seong. Do-young waited until Yu-young spoke again.
그러고 보니
He told me I shouldn't meddle with his business because he had his sources. That sounds typical of him. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's all coming back to him. His own resources? What do you think he meant by that? Did you hire him on this field staff? Company accepted it. No, it would make more sense if it's Young.
아마도
Would be Young. He was the highest ranking staff.
확실히
Yeah, that's a possibility. Everyone had to work with her throughout the entire show and she had full authority. Egan slowly shook her head. Her long hair brushed against her clothes to make a soft sound. Someone who gave him the power to be rude to anyone in the show. It can't be the WBS executive since he didn't get to see them often. Other staff members all follow Seung Young's instructions.
분명해.
The more I think about it, the more conviction I get. Young's resource must have been Seung Young. Uh-huh.
그런가?
Hina seems to believe it to some extent.
어?
What do you think?
아니,
I don't think so. You seem very certain about it. We all got attacked. Young paused as if she was chewing over what she just said. She stared at Do-yoon and shook her head again.
생각해봐.
That account was only interested in Hyeseong. The whole purpose was to discuss Hyeseong's incident. He's reading his own thoughts. That's why the account who sniped at him came to mind. He shouldn't blindly push ahead though.
만약에
If I'm to open up a little possibility, he didn't drop out of the show even after the exposure. And that's why he's unhappy with the entire show, including us.
그게
That's why he attacked all of us. Egon nodded but frowned shortly after.
그건
Even if that's true,
그렇지만-
what S.M. Young said still bothers me. We couldn't just disregard them as plain guesswork. So we're back to the conclusion that it may not be the case. Oh God, this never ends.
너무 나갔어요.
He was such a troll back then. He probably didn't know that he was on a team mission.
그래도
The controversy died out quickly though.
저 그런데요.
The seriousness of the incident tends to change depending on how you look at it. You know, even back then, he was going for broke. I remember.
그렇다니까요.
That's his young. He funds the plane, then says he did do it out of desperation. So if you respond to him in a commonsensical way, that's such a like why would you use commonsensical when you could just use sensical? Like, okay, sure. Well, you become a villain who ignores a desperate person.
그렇다는 건
It's like you're explaining a certain trick. Sale put on a smirky smile.
맞아요.
You're right, that's his young trick. He's a troll who doesn't care whether you're on the same team or not. Even now, he couldn't care less for the collapse stage.
서혜성.
Another specialty of Hyeseong. He's always sucking up to the judges, but looks down on other contestants who are weaker than he is.
혹시
If you're talking about his tone of voice or difficult personality, come on, you know what I'm talking about. There's a thin line between being difficult or rude.
아시겠어요?
He's just plain rude. Cell turned his mouth up slightly. He's respectful towards the producer and judges only. He doesn't care about the rest, including other contestants and staff members.
그렇다니까요.
Once you experience it, you can never forget it.
괜찮아?
Still, are you okay?
그런 편이죠.
I think so. Seung has been digging his own grave. Opportunists cannot succeed forever. Seung, the virtuoso of logic, I have a name for his reasoning. The file on the final incident of Hyeseong the detective.
저기
He must have his reasons.
그래요.
He could have thought they were perfect only in his head,
100%예요.
but he's 100% wrong. As Seung Young is the one who broke his soul scandal, he must be delusional.
그렇다는 건
You seem pretty confident.
그렇죠.
Of course I am, you don't agree with me? There's an attack especially it's possible. I mean, the thing is, I don't think it's possible because the one person who would make the most sense to be Seong-young is Seo. And for some god of a reason, the cast has refused to actually check his shit to make sure that he has a phone which to do what he's doing. Because the cast is just fucking idiots for some god of a reason. So yeah, I don't think it's nonsense.
그래.
To be honest, it doesn't even make sense. Seon wasn't the only one attacked by Seong-young.
그러니까요.
Think about it once and you get the picture, right? He doesn't listen to a word other people say. Still clicks his tongue. He locked eyes with Do-yoon again, who was standing awkwardly.
그리고
The victim who wrote the past of his school violence has already been checked with the staff. His claim was true.
서혜성
You're just blurting out whatever names come to mind.
아무래도요.
If they're the one who wrote Haseon's school violence history, why would they attack Young, Ina, Hyuk, and you? I hope this is something that makes sense for a change. Okay. Huh? Okay. Oh, finally. All of you people are annoying. Okay, let's go on. That took so long. There were less people. My sanity improved. I'm glad.
혜성이 저러는 거 순이 때문만은 아닐 거야. 지휘불은 그 타령인데?
생각 깊은 놈은 아니지만 주영 씨 말도 맞아요. 피디님 돌아가신 일도 이유긴 하겠죠.
그래, 분명히.
Ina tugged at Do-yoon's sleeve.
뭐야? 나만 눈치 없는 사람이야? 쫓아다녔다는 거 말고 또 뭐 있어?
Girl, he was sleeping with her. Sung-young's death clearly contributed to the madness of Haseong. Do-yoon decided to elaborate why he thought so.
아까 얘기에서도 나왔어. 짐작 가는 이유는
Uh... I'm guessing it's this.
혜성이 문제 터질 때마다 피디님을 믿는 구석으로 여겼으니까 전과 터지고부턴 안 먹혔던 것 같지만
정도껏 해야 실드 쳐주죠.
어쨌든 혜성이는 피디님한테 의지했던 것 같아.
그랬던 게 아까 눈앞에서 끝나버렸고 혜성이 페이터에 처음 글 쓰곤 조금 누그러지는 것 같았잖아?
엄청 구박받아서 그런 거 아니야?
다시 격앙되기 시작한 게 언제라고 생각해?
피디님 발견하고 난 다음에.
PD님을 사칭한 S승연이 나타났지. 그때부터야. 말하자면 혜성이가 PD님을 따르고 PD님도 혜성이를 예뻐한 건 어느 정도 사실이었던 것 같아. PD님 시신을 발견했을 때 큰 충격을 받았겠지.
그래서 S승연한테 제대로 뚜껑이 열린 거다.
They were sleeping together. She probably broke up with him before she died or something. Panic. Seung was clearly favored by Seong-young. He grew unstable after discovering her body, and when Madison anomaly was a gun called Seong-young began to write posts. Okay. A shadow appeared from the other side of the stage. They all turned towards it.
저요.
Oh, you're back! So, how did that go? Bad? Bad. It went bad, right? It went bad.
혜성이는?
미안해. 보시다시피야.
Honey, it's fine. He's having a moment. Your cooks are done. You came back alone after speaking to Hanseong. He seemed to fail to persuade him.
이 인간 진짜 1대1로 다 만날 작정인가?
Apparently.
분장실에 계속 머무는 건 위험한데.
역시 상대를 안 하는 게 낫겠어요.
억지로 끌고 나오는 게 맞을지도.
분장실 문 잠그고 기다리던데.
그랬지. 밀고 들어가기도 안 되나?
Hyun-sik lower his head. I mean, you technically could use the other, like force the other entrance that is like blocked, enter through the other side with the staff passage, and then drag him to the stage. It's just going to be a little difficult.
아니 왜? 혜성이 또 글을 냈어.
What? Because it's only the last place will be dropped. Do what you wanna do. Easier said than done in front of the computer. Bring it on. Dude. The group fell silent. Ina barely managed to open her mouth.
얘 뭔 생각인 것 같아?
내가 간 게 혜성이를 더 자극한 걸지도 몰라.
그보단 S승연이랑 치고받으면서 더 심해진 거야.
To ensure silence, Ina came forward.
내가 쟤랑 얘기 좀 해야겠어.
혼자요? 위험한데.
Still, stop being obviously the stalker, please.
다 혼자 갔잖아. 이제 와서 몰려가면 문이나 열어주겠냐?
그래도
문 부수게? 벽 무너지면 몰살이야.
Hearing Ina's remarks, Sale hunched up his shoulders.
혜성이 흥분한 상태야. 지금 가는 건 좋은 선택이 아니야.
좋고 나쁘고 간에 할 얘기가 있어서 그래. 설득해보려고? 말해보다 안 되면 조인트 까고 머리채 잡아야지.
Yeah, no, think about the structural like situation we're in, girl.
아까도 진동이 있었어. 위험해. 좁고 불안정한 데잖아. 무너질 가능성도 있고.
그럼 놔둬? 무너지면 쟤도 별 수 있냐? 어떻게든 끄집어내야지.
Yeah, but like, could you drag him without the violence?
숨어 있다가 덮쳐서 끌고 나오는 방법도 있어요.
혼자 간다니까? 좀 내버려 둬!
One of those two's gonna die. Ina stormed out but briefly paused.
안 된다 싶으면 컴백할 테니까 따라오지 마.
Yes, sweetie. Don't be the one who dies.
정말 괜찮아?
괜찮다고 말하기도 슬슬 질리거든?
Actually, she's less likely to die, if you ask me. She looked determined. They couldn't hold her back anymore. But one of them is gonna die. They could only watch as she disappeared to the other side of the stage. Looking at the door for some time, Dooyeon suddenly sensed someone's presence.
진짜 괜찮을까요?
No.
저렇게까지 나오니.
대체 서혜성이 페이터에 뭐라고 해놨는데요?
넌 페이터 볼 방법이 없었지?
네, 속 터져 죽겠어요.
I'm so sure that he's the person with the fake account. Here's the deal. I have the feeling that those posts are auto-written. Like he just... Like he wrote them before all of this happened. Or like at some random point, like while this was happening, and then he just, you know, put them on auto. an auto posting. Like, something about it just feels like this is just like sales elaborate bullshit. Because he's definitely the stalker. Like, that's obvious to everyone. Except the characters, because the characters are dumb. Do-yoon opened his watch and showing him Haseung's post.
익사이팅하네 진짜.
Jill raised his head and let out a deep sigh. It was a brief silence. Finally, Sel moved toward Do-yoon again.
다른 건 뭐 없어요?
No.
다른 거?
Still looked very frustrated. He opened his file again to check other issues. See. So, making a current remark. He apologized. You still have some time left. I might go easy on you if you actually apologize. As the clock starts 2 a.m., you're going to wish you were dead. Huh? Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? Here's something from Essengen during the last 15 minutes. Make an announcement now if you have anything to tell. Surprising about voluntary resignation. Essential victory. Prediction. This is to think that Hession's so-called important announcement means voluntary resignation under pressure of Hession. Okay. Okay, well you're... No, I don't... I think he had anything to disclose. He's already beaten up by Hession. Is there any others? Showing his true colors. The contestant in the last place will be... Okay, this is before. Anything else? Well, to his popular... Okay, but just eliminated. No, Hyuya, Sora, Kill, Grinder Hall. Grinder Hall, that's the name. Okay, speaking, Kyuil and Hyun Chul were uglier than Hyeseung, but the others I agree with you. Damn! Leader Khan ran away after being caught in a lie. Beastars declared that they would strongly respond to all malicious rumors, so he or she might have deleted the account at that point. Evidence image. Okay, this is the same as before. This is all stuff. Okay, Haseun's fans want to insist that the violence scandal was fake, but since there are more than one victim, they won't succeed. Haseun's popularity has been on the downside since the beginning of the main episodes. Actually, his idol Got Talent and overstated popularity have been mentioned for a while. Many alleged victims. In school violence was disclosed right after the top 10 was announced. Are there people who don't believe that it was pre-planned? Vacation? Saying that the anonymous account is the same person as the student who disclosed his school violence. Why at this point? Because that was bullshit. If he wanted to lower his student's rank, he would have presented more evidence about it, but he didn't, so I guess he's just trying to spread another rumor with a different topic. So what I want to say is the timing, isn't it so peculiar? It was good to lower his student's rank after the accident. The show might continue after the accident, and Beastars of Fire could go to other broadcasting stations. Either are just enjoying others' unhappiness like Do-yoon Sater. Haseun became the first victim because he stood out, but I guess any troublemaker would face the same fate. Anyway, only Haseun thinks that the two S's are the same person, and it's not even sure if the school violence is targeting Haseun. Okay, that's extremely well phrased. Miss Youngyenheim sniped Do-yoon down. Yeah, making fun of the fact that he left his band to avoid being eliminated to become a soloist, lol. Don't lol me. Yeah, I will check everything.
서혜성이 또 뭘 질렀다던가.
그렇지는 않아. 지금 페이터에는 혜성이 발표가 본인의 자진 사퇴가 아니냐는 말도 있어.
그랬으면 시원하죠. 절대 그럴 리가 없지만.
넌 걔가 뭘 발표하려는 것 같아?
한나 스텝이 어떻게 그분의 크신 뜻을 알겠어요? 뭔가 황당한 짓거리를 준비하고 있겠죠.
No matter religious in his classes. After the talk, some time had passed.
설마?
Oh, so you can only choose one of those. Interesting. An ominous air surrounded the area.
조심해.
The intense tremor quickly faded out.
누나, 괜찮아요?
무사해. 나는
톰, 점점 짧아지는 것 같은데?
구조대도 들어오고 있죠. 최대한 좋은 쪽만 생각하면
You still have like at least 3 hours though.
중앙복도 괜찮겠죠?
내가 가 있던 때 정도 아닐까?
미나 씨 무사한지 보러 가야겠어요.
Still ran off immediately because he's definitely the stalker.
세이라!
Someone grabbed Yuyun's arm.
도윤아,
Boyfriend, not now. Hyuk stood right next to him.
영희 누나랑 같이 있는 게 좋겠어.
Yeah, what do you mean? Yuyun was there catching her breath with her face all pale. Oh, she's having a... Yeah, understandable.
누나, 괜찮아요?
버틸만은 해. 잠시만. 이대로 놔둬.
일단 지켜보자.
알겠어.
Yuyun suddenly looked at Hyuk with bated breath.
혜성이하고는 무슨 얘기했어? 들어보질 못했네.
오자마자 많은 일들이 있었으니까.
Hyuk began his story with a bitter smile on his face. Another one? Oh god. One more posts by Asunion are being shared. I think you're stuck in nonsense. Are you okay? That too. The fight has attracted more attention. Decide to write more straightforwardly. Okay, I'm worried too. Felt relieved that no one was hurt, but I don't know what's happening to people including Seung-young. Hesian shouldn't respond to a troll. I've been watching him from the preliminaries. I was looking forward to his performance as a soloist, but why did it end up like this? I know. Rescue was the priority. Hesian was only making things worse at the moment. Even his memories of the preliminaries when he had distinguished himself from the others seemed vague. Would he be able to get back on stage when everything was finally settled? After the preliminaries, he alone received most of the jury's attention and praise. Oh. Thought that was enough of patter for now. Okay, but what if there's something? This is spread a false rumor to the contestant makes his debut. Okay. Both time. He mentioned about Hesian and Paul and the Fox and Hyoji, and she dated another boy member in the past or so. After all, Hyoji failed to advance to level 5. And Hyoji Sia was more popular than Hesian, but he posted a comment implying romantic relations between her and him, and the lady immediately after that she took concentrated attacks with Hesian's fans. How does it feel to lose Seung-young, who was backing you up? You got no one helping you now. You should have tried your best to impress your fans, not the judges. I shouldn't get mad. You decided to put it out for him in a calm manner. It's only because the staff allowed you too much screen time. You didn't earn them with your skills, lol. You have secured your portion by whining and complaining and protesting. You call it skill? If things don't work out, you always complain or trying to leave in order to seek attention. You're free to think in whatever way, but... God damn it, my sanity! You don't try to suppress the uncomfortable feeling. Let's do the new mentions later. Yeah, when I finish checking everything. In the fiction or what on the timeline? Wait, what does it mean by using her weak spot? I was impressed. That. You pair him up with Ina because she was the weakest at the time with the least size of fandom. He was blamed much at the time for being arrogant. With Ina, all of his fans have gone super mad at him. It's about to keep you on the fire, to your liking, but then your violent past was exposed and I could do nothing about it. In the same team. When I did the top 10, I did my best to put you against a weak contestant, huh? You know how hard it was? You must have been eliminated earlier. Worked really hard to put you and Ina in one team to help you pass the team mission. They claimed Ina lied before, now he's completely insane. Okay. You people are so annoying. Let's talk about
Muria.
liberation first. They aren't thinking straight.
그럴지도.
Of course not, he's desperate to remain in the show.
그런 거면
It doesn't matter what they say out there, I just hope he doesn't fall too deeply. He gets angry and starts to write comments, it's really going to be over for him. He wouldn't know what to do with Pater. While speaking, Duyin thought about the earlier provocations made by Hyeseong. He said he won't go down by himself, that he's ready for anything.
글쎄.
Maybe he wouldn't.
솔직히
Actually, I agree.
이거면
If this continues, it would be a matter of time. Hyuk nodded and stared at the other side of the corridor. No sound came out from the locked door. I wonder when it's going to happen. I have no idea. I really wonder what he's up to. What did they do you?
그게
Oh, that's the scholarship issue, the one mentioned by Seung-young. He brought it up again.
어?
What could he do with that?
결국
He'll agree on further as if they were true. That's ridiculous. I didn't know what to say.
그건
That's simply agreeing with Seung-young. Hyuk shook his head bitterly. I should just told him that I would drop out.
그런
You know that's not that easy. Each of us had a reason to join Beastars.
솔직히
I came to Beastars because I was curious. Before I gave up on music, I wanted to stand before the crowd without telling them about my dad and hear what they had to say about me.
저기
So it was like a blind test. But the result was far too good.
몰랐어.
I didn't know I would get this far. Hyuk scratched his chin.
그리고
When I first joined the show, I didn't think they would mention my family.
그랬지.
There were lots of viral news articles. At first I thought you were eager to talk about your father.
그럴 거야.
I don't blame you. Even back then, I was thinking about dropping out of the audition. Instead of quitting music, he decided to enter this audition show regarding it as a test. He thought of dropping out of the show when the media reported on his father. But I didn't. And ended up being stuck in here. Hyeseong's thread. According to Hyuk, Hyeseong talked about his illegal receipt of a scholarship and his father's death. He threatened to disclose them if he refuses to quit the audition.
뭐랄까.
Hyeseong didn't say anything special,
그랬었는데
although he pretended to know something important. He always followed Seung-young around, but he was just one of the contestants, and probably sleeping with her. He didn't even get much information.
그래서
So what do you say to him?
아,
I said the ranking after the collapse doesn't mean anything. That we should go back to the stage and wait for the rescue team. He shouldn't even listen to that. Yeah, you know the results. He tried to persuade Hyeseong to give up and go back to the stage with him to wait for rescue. He argued that ranking and after the collapse didn't count, but didn't succeed. When I went in, I was wondering what he would say to me. I didn't know he would be repeating what Seung-young said. For suddenly bringing up that topic. When you upset?
저기
And you angry with him for repeating what Seung Young said?
그랬지.
I was surprised at first, as you said. But what I felt next was a sense of pity. Hyuk looked down at his feet. His eyes wandered for a moment. It was like he wanted to believe it, thinking it would actually work.
솔직히
I'm embarrassed to say this, but the scholarship issue won't give me much damage. The fact that I feel ashamed of that incident is another story.
그거야.
He's bluffing. Do you think he'll keep doing that to everyone else? Hyuk spoke again after a brief silence. He also talked about my late father. About his accident? It was around the time of a fundraiser. He had a heart attack while driving. The money and honor meant nothing before the accident. He had been arrested several years ago while driving a car. It was the sudden death of a superstar artist who had attained fame and fortune. So what can Hession add to that story?
그건
He asked me if it was really an accident. He has insinuated that I might have had something to do with his death. Dude, that's more shocking than the scholarship issue. I felt the opposite. He went too far on my father's death.
대체
It's like he's writing a fiction.
괜찮아.
It's because he didn't know anything about it. I was okay with it. But if he continues to do that, other people might take it differently. Laughing. Hession didn't seem to know any significant secret about the others. What Hession knew wasn't a threat. Okay.
그런데
Something bothered me while I was talking to him.
어?
Like what?
그게
He kept checking father, even when he was talking to me.
그거야.
That's nothing new. He looked more restless. He said it was almost time. Time? What time? The time as Seung Young mentioned.
어.
About the one in the last place being... Yugi quietly nodded. He continued with one hand on his chin.
뭐랄까.
He regarded all of Seung Young comments as nonsense, but he wasn't free from them. I wish he'd be more honest with us.
도인아,
But I thought he was being frank with you, Yun. When compared to the others, was different. When compared to the others, yeah, he's slightly less of a dick. I'll give him that.
그랬지.
And yes, compared to the others.
그럴
No!
거야.
I see, just as I saw it. Although I'm not sure why. You didn't know, huh? You're a great listener. I thought Masquerade held fast because of that.
그럼
That's news to me. My sanity!
어쩌면
I guess nobody said it aloud. Feeling awkward, he could fiddle with his hair. Aren't you curious about why I wasn't shaken when he talked about my father's accident? I am, to be honest. I would have thought of it as an insult towards your father, and I didn't want to pry on it.
아,
That sounds like you. He could pass momentarily. He seemed to be pondering on whether to tell Dooyin or not.
솔직히
To be honest, my uncle's family, myself included, don't know much about my father.
그게
What do you mean?
결국
He cut ties with the family as soon as he became an adult. The family was strictly against the music, and they didn't allow any jokers in the family. The way that he says jokers, I'm going to assume that the proper translation would be something more like artists. I assume that that's what they mean. My father severed ties with them. We all know about his days of anonymity.
그렇지.
It wasn't much different even back then. Tough business, huh?
그러면
But why didn't you know much about him?
그건
He always wanted to live a free life. Free from everything, including all of his family. He wanted a life free from anything cumbersome so nothing would hold him back.
어쩌면
Maybe he never got to grow up throughout his entire life. Are you saying his musical achievements had nothing to do with his personality?
Huh?
It is sound negative. Take half of what I said as compliment.
Hmm?
Understand it as a typical characteristic of artistic people?
그랬지.
That's why I was able to accept him for who he was. Whatever he found cumbersome, he treated as if he didn't see it.
나도
I was clearly something cumbersome to him. Oof! His father, Byung-hee Lee, severed a relationship with his wealthy family and rose to stardom. He wanted to live a free life and thought of his family as a burden. Oh, so you you marry a woman, you get it like in a relationship with a woman, you get her pregnant, and then you just clean your hands off of it. Okay, sure. Cool.
그러니까
Douchebag. So I have no choice but to say I don't know much about him. Even if someone speaks nonsense about his life or death, well, it just sounds like a stranger's story. Calm down. He began to grow anxious as the time as Seung-yoon predicted for whoever was in last place drew near. Well, that seems to be everything. We're technically at time, but like, let's go to the last part before the next autosave. Once it says that there's an autosave, I'll end. Keywords acquired, 4 profiles acquired. Sanity unchanged, because I'm going insane either way. The next autosave after that one. He finished his story, but the gloomy feelings still linger in the air.
얘기 빙빙 돌기만 한 거야.
이러면 누구라도 마찬가지겠어.
다급하게 구는 건 혜성이 쪽이니까.
He continued to act out of desperation. They must think of something. Maybe they should force him out at any cost.
형, 내 얘기 좀 들어봐. 혜성이 그만 끌고라도 나오자.
With violence! Didn't know to... I mean... He keeps being nervous about the entire thing. I feel like that's important.
걔 상태 아무래도 불안해.
Yeah, he's very unstable.
S 승연 말에도 점점 더 휘둘리고 있잖아.
You can note it after looking at Duyan for a moment.
점점 더 초조해하고 있지. 어떻게든 해보자.
이대로는 위험에 방치하는 거나 마찬가지야.
좋아. 가보자.
Use the force! Driven to a corner, Hyun is just repeating what Seung-yeon has already said. He may as well be pulled out before it gets too dangerous. Hyun walked toward where Yoo-young was.
누나, 아무래도 혜성이
Yoo-young was not there with them.
없어? 언제?
Well, that's bad.
우리 얘기하는 사이였나 봐.
They moved hurriedly. They frantically looked around, but Yoo-young wasn't there.
안에 가볼게. 넌 전화 좀 해봐.
잠깐만, 혼자 가지 마.
Yoo-young stopped Hyuk while he was making the call.
복도 쪽으로 간 건가?
진작 안 터져.
While they were trying to work the phone, father opened. Let's contest this Dooyeon. Dooyeon, why don't you just give up? You saw what had happened to Haseon. You know how it will end.
미친 소리 짓거리지 마.
Dooyeon gritted his teeth and attempted to make the call again.
둘이 뭐해?
누나, 어디 갔었던 거예요?
Yeah, we were worried. You disappeared.
미안해.
깜짝 놀랐다고요.
Yeah, we thought you were dead.
과호흡이 왔어. 이번엔 정말 세게 와서.
And you could have, like, I don't know, told us.
그래도 갑자기 사라지시면
말할 새도 없었어.
Okay, fair.
무사했으면 됐지. 놓치고 있던 넌 뭐했냐?
잠깐. 혜성이는
Ina looked worried. Yes.
그게 문제가 있었어.
Uh-huh.
문제?
어떤?
The two asked blankly.
서혜성, 저게 없어.
What? The sweat running down Dooyeon's back turned cold.
전화는 해봤어?
What 화딱지 나서 갔는데 그럴 정신이 어딨냐.
Damn it, that's the first thing you should have done, woman. They're so stupid. Yun shook her head after failing to make the call.
신호는 가. 안 받을 뿐이지.
God fucking damn it.
같이 가봐요. 데려올 생각이었어요. 끌고라도 나와야겠어요.
간 사람들이 못 봤다면 어디 있는 거지?
Probably in like the men's room or something.
복도 쪽에 없을 수가 없어. 갈 수 있는데 정해져 있다고. 분장실 가면서 복도 확인하고 없으면 스텝 복도, 화장실까지 보면 돼.
뭐 좋아. 찝찝해서 나왔지만 다시 봐야겠어.
이나 씨.
그래. 강제로라도 데려오는 거야.
바로 가죠.
You also took a step forward after looking at us with Duyun. Why do you keep like baiting the Fuyoshi's like this?
출연자에 문제 생기면 저도 곤란하긴 해요.
좋아, 이동하죠.
Then you don't have to put excuses, sweetie. We know you're a piece of shit. Okay, I said after the next autosave, and this is the next autosave, so we're finishing today. We'll continue our search for the biggest idiot in this cast on Monday. Why is everybody so fucking stupid? I'm losing my mind! The entire cast, everyone, is a fucking idiot. I hate it. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. They're so Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. He's probably dead. I don't know how, but he's probably dead. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow, the Cecilian update dropped. There's new content. We're gonna do Cecilian. I'm excited. I'm gonna lose my mind, but in a good way. I'm not gonna become the Joker. This is making me become the Joker. The other thing is gonna make me become like the anti-Joker, which I guess is just a normal man. I'm just gonna become a normal man instead of the Joker. I'm just gonna be a nice guy. Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good start to your weekend, a good rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow for some Cecilians, which I'm very excited about. And it won't infuriate me like this. Bye, everyone.